To Ms Bolger, I hope that you've had an opportunity to review the proceedings from yesterday. That's good, thank you. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, my name's Andrew Sykes. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. The Scottish Ministers have appointed me to hold an inquiry to consider an application by Renewable Energy Systems Limited to construct and operate the Kintradwell wind farm. Now, we closed yesterday, partway through Mr Finley's cross-examination of Ms Horn. Before that cross-examination continues, I just wonder if there are any matters that parties wish to raise before we get going today. Mr Trinick.
So, yes, we've been thinking overnight about the timing of a team session or whatever it is to deal with MPF4, and also, I think, the OW, the onshore wind policy statement refresh will come out in the same sort of timetable, ditto the energy strategy refresh. So another 3 documents to consider. And my understanding is it's going to be a very substantial document, MPF4. We need to get to grips with it. And we're thinking that actually it's going to be best to do that in the new year rather than try and slot it in before Christmas. If you wanted further statements, they might be provided before Christmas, but looking at around 10th, 12th, 14th January, around that time for a team session. That was slotting well probably also. There's another inquiry which is related in space, if not time, to this one, and that takes place at Cairndewey in a few weeks' time. And some of the same participants taking place on policy. And we might try and achieve a hearing session for that one at around the same time. Karen Hayward is the reporter on that one.
Mr Finley, is that your thoughts too?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll certainly speak with my office and take some instruction as to what the Chief Reporter is thinking, and obviously we'll communicate that back to you. Thank you. I should just say before we do start, the fire alarm test did take place first thing this morning. So if you do hear the alarm, then we are to vacate the building as quickly and safely as possible via the fire exit to my right and through the main door. And as we're starting a little bit early than yesterday, I would aim to take a short break around 11 o'clock. Okay. So Mr Finley, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms Horn. There was one matter I left you with yesterday, and that was over the wireline images for a number of locations. There are 3 wireline images have been produced at various using various different, I think, either focal lengths or I'm not sure of the technology, but just by way of an example. The golf course images which we were looking at yesterday, there's a wireline image at 65.5, 39.6 and 27. And my suggestion to you yesterday was that it's the 27 one which corresponds with the 75mm that photomontage, and that's the one that would give you the most realistic view of what the height of the turbines would be.
Yes, I've reviewed that. I've actually gone into the field and looked at the landscape as well, with the benefit of the material in front of me, which is what the guidance recommends that particular field of view is used for. I've done that this morning.
Grateful. So you can confirm it's the 27 that should be used? In the field, yes.
Indeed.
And was that the one that you used when carrying out your assessment?
When I go to a viewpoint, I didn't carry out the actual LVIA. Obviously, I've reviewed the material before me and visited various locations. I'm used to reviewing the suite of material that is presented, both SNH to SNH guidance and the Highland Council guidance. I tend to use the SNH photomontage when I go to site to a viewpoint, but as you say, extra materials such as those wire lines is helpful. But
understand that. I think I would say that Highland Councils are better on site because they're smaller and more manageable. SNH ones may be better on the desk, and it's the SNH visualisations I'm going to be asking you about in a moment. But when you were carrying out your assessment of just the wire lines, the locations with just wire lines, which is the golf course, the A9 and various dwellings, when you were forming in your own mind the picture of how tall the turbines would be, were you using the 27-degree ones?
Yes, I use the 27-degree ones to understand and place the image in front of me in the view as I look at the landform, and I also use the more contextual ones to give me the wider reference of the landscape to either side of them.
Good. So just for your notes, so the Highland Council's visualisation standards are at CD 714, and if you want to look at that in more detail, if you're suffering from insomnia any evening. So thank you. Right, we're going to move on to asking you about viewpoints. So just hopefully parties have the documents in front of them. So the visualisations I'm going to be using are the Nature Scott visualisations, which is CD 1.12. And we're going to just go through them in order because that's, I think, the easiest way to do it. At the same time, I would hope you would have the comparative table that Michelle Bolger has produced in her supplementary document 2. That's CD 13.12, Roman numeral 3. And I'm not going to go through all the documents we need, but if you also have to hand or open the appendices for Chapter 6 to the EIAR, and particularly Appendix 6.1 and Appendix 6.4 in CD 1.7. And although viewpoint 1 at Dole is not, and sorry, just before we start on viewpoint 1 at Dole, if you also have open SNH's landscape response, which is CD 311, landscape and visual impact response dated 28th of October. Now, I'm going to ask you just to get there, so we're all hopefully working from the same baseline, to go to Appendix 6.1 first, which sets out the landscape and visual impact assessment criteria, my apologies. And the two paragraphs of importance for my cross-examination are 1.4.1, which sets out a descriptor of the sensitivity descriptions from very low sensitivity to very high sensitivity. I'm not going to ask you about them in detail at this stage. And then, similarly, for magnitude of change at 1.8.2, you have, again, the descriptors of the very low magnitude of change up to the very high magnitude of change. And we'll come back to those also in a little bit more detail. And it's the combination of those two that gives you the final conclusion as to the significance of effect and whether it's significant or not, and the gradation of effect, which we see in, amongst other places, Appendix 6.4, which is the sorry, not 6.4, 6.3, which is the viewpoint assessment. 6.4 is the special landscape area. Now, there is a table to bear in mind, which was produced in CD 111. And my apologies, I may not have included this on my list, but if you go to CD 111, which is the additional information August 2021, at electronic page 25 of 26, or internal page 23, paragraph 5.14. Do you have it? Now, whilst others are looking up, this table comes with a lot of caveats, and that is the reason of making it clear from the outset that the combining magnitude and sensitivity is a matter of professional judgment, not mechanical box-ticking exercise. But what this is doing is to give guidance as to what, almost like if you use like a starting point, and then the professional may differ. So my references to this table are taken with that understanding. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what we see on this table is for instance, if you have a very high magnitude of change and a very high sensitivity, you have a major impact, and that's going to be significant. There are some combinations where it's clearly going to be significant, some where it may be significant, and some where it probably won't be significant. Again, subject to the overriding caveat, professional judgment will be applied in every circumstance.
Yes, that's
Good.
the case.
So with that in mind, if we just keep that table and appendix in mind, so to speak, and go to have a look at viewpoint 1 at Dole in appendix 6.3. And we note at 1.2.4 that the author, and I think you endorse this analysis throughout, considers there to be a high sensitivity of change to view, but a medium magnitude of change. And just as a starting point, if you were to apply those to the table, you either get a major moderate or a moderate effect, and there's a judgment to be made. And whilst you and Highland Council and indeed Michelle Bolger have reached a different view, although you've both agreed that it's significant.
Yes, that's right, we do.
I'm grateful. Now, if we go to SNH's document, response, which is 3.11, and go to paragraph 4.3 of that, I just want to pick up comments from SNH as we go through or Nature Scott as they are now, as we go through if you go, and it may be helpful to have the visualization sheet C from Dole open. What SNH say at the end of paragraph 4.3, the last two sentences, are that the scale of the turbines would in many instances dominate or diminish the scale of the hills upon which the development is located. The effect would not only be limited to viewpoints which are close to the proposal, such as Dole, viewpoint 1, but those more distant. Do you accept at Dole that the turbines dominate and diminish the scale of the hills, as SNH indicated? You disagree. And that may be indicative of the somewhat marginal degree of difference between yourselves, you and the other two landscape or visual impact experts. That's all I wanted to ask you about viewpoint 1. I'm going to take these fairly swiftly if I can. Viewpoint 2 is Lower Brora. There's no difference in the findings at viewpoint 2. That's at 8 kilometres. But can I ask you about Murray West? And that, I think the best place to go is probably CD 116. So we had this came up yesterday. And it's AI figure 3.1.3. Now, I may not have understood your evidence correctly yesterday, but it's clear that Murray West is significantly closer in its closer elements than Beatrice.
If we look at the preceding figure, we can see that Murray West is closer to the viewpoint than Beatrice, indeed.
Yeah, so either 3.1.1 or 3.1.3, one sees they're closer. If you go to the... But do you accept from viewpoint 2 in Lower Aurora that you will actually, on a clear day, sufficiently clear day, I should say, be able to see the turbines at Murray West?
I would envisage that would be possible, yes,
Yeah,
if you were looking in that direction.
They're quite tall, the turbines. They're nearly 300 metres, aren't they?
I would have to check exactly what their height is proposed as being.
But in terms of cumulative impact, that is something that you need to take into account.
In the LVIA, the parameters in which the LVIA was undertaken and the assessment which was undertaken was agreed in the early stages at scoping. And the wind development offshore, which was existing or proposed, was beyond the parameter cut-off of 35 kilometres, which was agreed, as I say.
Claire, I'm not criticising the parameters chosen initially for the assessment, but we now have this material before us, and we will see in due course that it's one of the things that Nature Scott, SNH, felt should be taken into account. We now have the information, so my question is more directed at the information we now have rather than a critique of a former assessment. But in the reporter, let's bring it right to the point, the reporter reporting to ministers should be taking account of the cumulative impact of Murray West when he's considering the impact of certainly the 4 viewpoints, respective which he's got that information. Viewpoint 2, I think it's 11, 12, and I can't remember the 4th at the moment. Do you accept that?
Sorry,
Do you accept that
the 11 view? Oh, the 4 which have been prepared. Yes, sorry, I wasn't sure to which you were referring.
Yeah. Do you accept that he should be taking those into account and forming his opinion as to the cumulative impacts?
Yes, they are before him, and it is something which I'm sure he will be minded to consider.
Thank you. Could we move then on to Victoria Road, which is viewpoint 3? I don't think we need to look at viewpoint 2. We actually, I think, looked at that yesterday. Here there is a disagreement between you. This distance is 7.1 kilometres from the nearest viewpoint, by comparison with Victoria Road, which is 8 kilometres. So a kilometre closer, more than 10% closer.
You mean the other way around, Victoria Road is closer?
Yes, sorry, that's what I meant, yes. If we look at the viewpoint assessment in Appendix 6.3, the sensitivity is considered to be high. This is for Victoria Road at 1.4.5, but you've assessed the magnitude of change at medium to low.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so just so we understand what that means, and hopefully we won't need to go back every time to look at them. If you go back to what medium and low mean in magnitude of change, low magnitude of change is some change in the view that is not prominent but visible to some visual receptors, and medium magnitude of change, some change in the view that is clearly notable in the view and forms an easily identifiable component in the view. And just for the record, so to speak, high magnitude of change is a major change in the view that is highly prominent and has a strong influence on the overall view. Now, I would suggest if you just having the sheet C from the viewpoint in front of you, which, and so just in case, S&H standards of visualisations are produced in a different way to Highland Council standards, but this is the equivalent of Highland Council's 75 mil, although with a broader perspective, so it gives you the greater context. Although, as one can see, it's more difficult to hold on the top of a hill if the wind's blowing. I'd suggest to you that to ascribe a medium to low magnitude of impact is a clear underassessment of the impact from Victoria Road.
No, I'm afraid I disagree. The context in which the view is seen and the extent of the proposed turbines which would extend in that view, in my opinion, is that it is between the judgments as has been assessed of being medium to low.
Well, I'd suggest to you that it is clearly notable. The change would be clearly notable if you compare the before and after. At least clearly notable, and it forms an easily identifiable component in the view.
As I said, it's a marriage of the two. There are some receptors where it would not be prominent, but it would be visible. For instance, if you were walking along the A9 on the other side of the road, where there are more turbines that would be screened to the right-hand side of the view, and those are the turbines which extend more considerably above the horizon line in the distance.
One can turn to just back to what S&H think about the impact on Brora, for instance. If you turn to that CD 311 at paragraph 4.3, their view is, in general terms for Brora and Dol, is that the turbines will present as imposing features from within the low-lying areas, such as the settlements of Brora and Dol. Now, I accept that that's not that comment is made if one follows the footnote with respect to Dol viewpoints 1 and 2, but do you not accept that from the settlement, those two settlements as a whole, the turbines will indeed present as imposing features?
I think, as you rightly identify, that there is a variety in ways in which the proposed development would be seen from areas in and around Dol and Brora. Viewpoint 3 represents one of those where the extent of the development in that view would be reduced from those other locations to which Nature Scott have referred.
Well, viewpoint 3 is meant to be a representative location, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, and it is conveying the transition between those locations where the greater number of turbines could be seen, theoretically, such as viewpoint 2, where you see 13 of the 15 proposed turbines. This represents a direct view from the A9 at the edge of Brora, where you're looking directly towards the site. However, it is tempered by the fact that you're starting to see reduced numbers of turbines, and therefore it is a good representation of the views from those parts of Brora.
Well, the reporter has the differences between the parties. I'm going to accept what you say, and we take a different view, but that's going to be a matter for the reporter to deal with. We move then on to viewpoint 4. Now that is Ben Doran, there's no difference between the parties. But can I just ask you, I do have a number of questions, and I want to ask you this by reference to sheet C. Ben Doran is one of the high points along the ridge of coastal hills.
Sorry, yes, it is.
Yeah, and it's looking down, but the photo montage at sheet C doesn't show any tracks, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Nor does it show the borrow pit.
No, it doesn't.
Now, the borrow pit, if we want to pick up where the borrow pit is, if we take the figures document, which is CD 1.3, momentarily. Or is it CD 1.4? Sorry? Yes, it's CD 1.3. You need to pick it up on the... It's embedded within the EIA. I think it's one we went to yesterday. So it follows Chapter 1 of the EIA. Do you have that? Just checking. I'm not sure Mr. Trinick does yet.
I do.
Yeah, he does. So it's on the pen drive. It comes. You have the CD 1.2, which is the non-technical summary, then the text for CD 1.3, which is Chapter 2 of the EIAR, and then it's the fourth entry after that. I think it's under Introduction F 1.2. Does that make sense? It's very near the top of the list on the pen drive, if we have a similar pen drive. So it should be at the just following I presume it should just follow Chapter 1. So authors of EIARs do their best to make following them difficult when they have figures within the chapters and then figures separately from the chapters. I don't know whether, Peter, do we have a hard copy behind us? So perhaps I could just get Mr. Whelan to show you his screen at the moment, because provided you have if you can unplug it.
Ms. Finney, this is unmarked if you want
Okay,
me to...
absolutely. Perfect.
You've got 3-1. This is a series, okay. At the end of it, you've got... Oh, you got it. Oh, well.
CD 1.3.
Yeah.
Sorry, 1.2. My apologies. It's CD 1.3, figure 1.2, infrastructure layout. That may have been what's causing everyone problems. Because that shows you
Apologies, I have it now.
No, I'm grateful. So you will see Ben Doran sort of top centre, middle of the figure, and one can make out the tracks and the borrow pit, which is towards the bottom left in yellow. And I don't think there are any better dimensions of the borrow pit, are there, anywhere? If there are, by all means, supply them later. I don't need, but one can. It's going to be a significant size of borrow pit. Is all I wish to put to you. It would appear to be spanning about 50 contours over 50 metres.
The drawing, as shown on the figure 1.2, my understanding is that's an area of search for locations from where material would be extracted. And if you go on to figure 2.17, which is in my set, immediately following, although it might not be the case.
Figure 2.7?
2.17.
2.17, yeah.
That shows
that's
that
very
actually
helpful.
It's an
Thank
area
you.
of search rather than an actual extent of extraction.
Yeah, but that gives you existing profiles, and it shows potentially the rear face beginning at 440 elevation and ending up at about just below 490 elevation.
Yes, it does. And when we actually go up onto the sites on Friday, I'll be able to show you where this location is within the sites, and we'll be able to view it from there and understand what the extent of potential works would appear to be.
And do you know is there any better estimation of the extent to which that borrow pit is going to be, small quarry is going to be excavated?
That would be subject to further investigative work in due course. So.
Grateful. Now, grateful. Thank you very much for showing us figure 217. But if you go back to the visualisation sheet C for viewpoint 4, the borrow pit or quarry doesn't appear.
No.
And so that's a further factor, along with the tracks that need to be added in to understand the extent of impact from viewpoint 4.
We understand that there is a significant anticipated effect at this location, and to which visibility of these extra elements, the borrow pit and potential tracks which lead between the turbines, would be an element that would also potentially be seen depending upon the undulations. As you can see, sir, in the view, we have rolling landform in the middle ground, which actually would hide a good deal of the tracks from view in this location.
But not the borrow pit. Because the borrow pit is on the edge of Coal Bain, which one can see in the distance, quite high up.
Yes, you would be able to see the location of the borrow pit search area from this point.
And the reason I ask you is because the going back to Appendix 6.3, the tracks have been taken into account, but not the borrow pit in assessing magnitude of change. So whilst there will be a significant impact, in addition to the description that have been taken into account, the reporter will also have to take into account the potential for the borrow pit to be seen.
Yes, the reporter may wish to consider that. However, the borrow pit would be subject to restoration subsequent to the construction works, unlike the tracks, which would remain functional through the life of the proposed development.
And just to the distance from Ben Doran to the nearest wind turbine is 3.9 kilometres. There was some discussion yesterday of Miss Hayward's views from West Garty. And so just for your note, I don't think I need to take you to it. I'm referring to paragraph 3.195 of CD 1039. From the summit of Ben Doran, she says, 15 turbines would be seen at 3.4 kilometres distance. So I think you're going to see 15 turbines at 3.9 kilometres distance. She then makes a comparative point with other viewpoints which isn't relevant. But then she says she accepts the point made by Mountaineering Scotland that the proposed wind farm would dominate, in that instance, the easterly view because of its proximity and movement of blades. Do you accept that the proposed development would dominate the view shown in sheet C in the same or similar fashion because of its proximity and movement of blades, bearing in mind that these are going to be significantly taller turbines than the one she was contemplating?
Yes, and I believe the assessment has recognised the fact that this development would be in relative proximity to the viewpoint at Ben Doran. If I may, the difference I would like to identify is that this view already incorporates existing wind development within it, and the proposed development at Kintradwell would be set in that context, whereas at West Garty, the proposal, whilst also closer, would be in the opposite direction from existing wind development.
I'm looking at the Salus effect at the moment. One can see in sheet C such that you can see of Gordon Bush, potentially Kilbride, but clearly lying behind the line of hills. But do you accept or not that it would dominate the view, given the numbers of turbines, the proximity and the movement of blades?
I would rather use prominent, sir. I would not say it would dominate. It would still remain in one part of the view, and from where there are actually views which extend extensively in all other directions.
Thank you. It's another matter the reporter can consider when evaluating his site visits. Can we move on to viewpoint 5, where again there's a fairly significant disagreement between you and those on this side of the room. This is a distance of 11 kilometres. It's accepted in looking at the viewpoint assessment, Appendix 6.3, that there's a high sensitivity to change from this viewpoint. That's 1.6.4. But you've assessed the magnitude of change as medium. Now, with a high sensitivity of significance of effect, and a medium magnitude, one falls between either the major moderate or the moderate results in the table we were looking at in CD 11.1. 1.11, my apologies. I think our suggestion to you here is that in both this and Hope Hill, which is viewpoint 6, which we'll come to, that you've underplayed the magnitude of change. The proposed turbines will, to a large extent, be on the skyline, won't they? And on top of the background hills, rather than in front of them or to the side of them.
Yes, they would be seen on the horizon in the direction of the view here.
And whilst they're seen in the context of Gordon Bush, they're seen at a significantly different elevation in the landscape, aren't they?
I would disagree with that statement, actually. If we look at the most elevated of the turbines of Gordon Bush, it's 405 metres. The appearance of the proposals at Kintradwell actually continue that transition of Gordon Bush, which you can see very well from this viewpoint. You can see Gordon Bush extension to the right, and then you can see that it's extending across the landscape towards the Kintradwell proposals. Which
Excuse me, could I just interrupt? Do you mind if I have a quick comfort break?
No, of course not.
Thank you. Thank you.
Point 5, and I certainly had open in front of me the wire line, and you were about to make the point. I think I put to you that there are significant different elevations, and I think you were making the point that one can see how, according to you, the Kintradwell would be an extension of Gordon Bush. Is that a fair summary?
I was describing the way in which the existing wind development can be seen and the way that extends upwards from right to left when you look at the view from this position, and within which context the proposed wind development at Kintradwell would be seen, not materially different in elevation from the existing wind development, whilst I acknowledge that it is more elevated in reference to also viewing turbines against the sky. We can see that there is existing wind development which is seen in a similar context with turbines against the sky.
Turbines against the sky, primarily, particularly those with hubs, are in the gap that is clearly, I think, the Strathbora. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. I just want to bear that in mind, and if we just look at viewpoint 6 as well. From Hope Hill, here you have the proposed Kintradwell turbines sitting behind, and the difference between us are the same, and we can see the primary reasons for the difference set out on the comparative table. What I want to do is, with both those in mind, take you to Nature Scott's consultation response again, which is CD 311, at electronic page 3 of 8. Now, you will immediately, so that's starting at paragraph 2.4, and we're in the wild land area, and I should make it absolutely clear I'm not making a wild land point to you. But if you go to the bottom of that paragraph, bottom of that page, paragraph 2.5, you'll just pick up the words viewpoints 5 and 6, which are the two viewpoints I've just been asking you about. And they say, the SNH say they lie outside of the elevated interior plateau where this quality, which is, I think, the wild land quality of solitude, sanctuary and risk, is best expressed. However, they are useful to illustrate how the existing wind farms outside the wild land area already currently limit the sense of solitude, sanctuary and risk. Now that's all to do with the wild land area. They go on to say the siting of the proposed on elevated ground at 4:30 to 5:30 AOD and the choice of turbines markedly contrasts with those these existing wind farms, which are situated at lower ground, 300 to 400 AOD, and are 110 to 125 to blade tip. And I immediately acknowledge that a few on Gordon Bush are at 149. And as a consequence would further exacerbate the effects on sense of sanctuary and solitude. But it's the point about markedly contrast. Now that seemed to be different to the evidence you just gave. Do you disagree with that
Yes,
analysis by Nature Scott?
Yes, I do. I don't believe that there would be a perception of them markedly contrasting with the existing wind development when seen from either of those locations, viewpoint 5 or viewpoint 6.
Nature Scott go on to say the proposal would appear both incongruous with the existing wind farms and intensifying the presence of human development by breaching the skyline. And just again pausing there, I presume you disagree with those comments too.
I accept that the proposals would be seen against the skyline. However, I've described that there are already instances where turbines are seen against the skyline. I do not consider that the change that would be experienced from the introduction of Kintradwell from these viewpoint locations is as detrimental as is described in the Nature Scott response.
So you don't accept there being incongruous?
No, I don't accept that, no.
Right. Again, we can leave that to the reporter to judge. If we move on to viewpoint 8. We're here on the Brora to Regot Minor Road. And again, there's a significant difference between yourselves and you and those who sit on this side of the room. Just catch up with that. There's a difference in terms of sensitivity and in magnitude of change. So I'm going to deal with sensitivity first. The EIAR ascribes a medium sensitivity at 1.9.5. If you take up your report and go to paragraph 5.18, you'll see you say you acknowledge the Council considers the sensitivity road users in this route should be high, increased from the judgment within the LVIA of medium. Won't go on to that, but you don't form a view on that. I think the Council's view, the Council's evidence, and indeed Loth resident evidence, is that it is used by cyclists, tourists and others, and so it, consistent with the approach, it should have a high sensitivity. Do you accept that?
It was clearly the experience and judgment of my colleagues who undertook the assessment and spent some time in the area as to the nature and use of this route. In my visits, in addition, I note that actually it's only very recently when the route has been upgraded, and previously to that, the condition of the road has not been such that I would expect it's particularly prevalent for frequent use by cyclists, although obviously if someone could choose to cycle that route, they may be able to.
Have you cycled the route?
Have I cycled the route?
Yes, from here up to Loch Brora.
No, I haven't actually.
Well, and the upgrading, is that to where you get to the Gordon Bush wind farm entrance?
No.
No, you think it's been upgraded? It's just been repaired, hasn't it?
It's been surfaced.
Yes, from time to time. I'd suggest to you that the proper ascription of sensitivity should be high. In terms of magnitude of change, Well, sorry, just before we leave that, you relied on the previous assessors and your own experience. How often have you been up this road?
5-6 times.
And was most of that recently in October, November?
No, it wasn't.
So in the summer?
Yes.
Well, I'm surprised your observations, but then they are what they are. In terms of magnitude of change, the EIA ascribes a medium to low magnitude of change. And again, just to remind ourselves, a low magnitude of change is something that is not prominent but visible to some visual receptors, whereas a medium one is one that's clearly notable in the view. I'd suggest to you that the changes here are clearly notable in the view.
And I would disagree that that would not be the case, and the effect of the introduction of the proposals into this view is tempered by the visibility of the existing Gordon Bush extension wind turbines, which we can see existing closer to the receptor at this particular viewpoint, 3.8.
If we go and see what S&H said about viewpoint 8 in CD 311, if we go to paragraph 4.5, they say the proposed wind farm would create a new focal feature in the landscape which would be of sufficient size and presence, involving moving blades, large vertical structures to draw and hold the eye. In addition, from within some minor roads and straths, for example, viewpoint 8, which is what we're looking at, the proposed turbines would appear to breach the moorland and conflict with the existing pattern of wind farms. Firstly, I think it's fair to put it to you this way. Do you accept that at viewpoint 8 there would be the creation of a new focal feature in the landscape which would draw and hold the eye?
There would be an additional extension of an existing feature in the landscape, which is already drawing and holding the eye.
I suggest to you if you look at either the wireline or the actual or the sheet C, the prominence and higher elevation of the proposed Kintradwell turbines would be, albeit against a very light blue background in this photograph, would very clearly provide a new focal feature and draw and hold the eye in a way that the existing turbines, many of which are the closer to ones, which are partially or wholly backdropped, don't.
I disagree that would be the case. As I say, that it is an extension of an existing feature in the view, and whilst it would be slightly offset from the location of the existing wind development in that view, nonetheless it's not an introduction into a virgin landscape that doesn't presently have wind development in it.
You see, your logic about a virgin landscape is interesting, because take, for instance, viewpoint 2 or 3 in Brora. If there were other wind turbines in view on the ridge of hills, coastal hills that follows, that one can see, you would reduce the assessment of significance of the proposed Kintradwell turbines, would you?
They would be seen against an existing feature which is common with it, which is common. Yes.
Whereas at the moment, certainly from the coastal side, they're not seen against any existing features.
No, and the assessments in the LVIA and my own judgment as well is based upon the fact that there is no wind turbines present in those particular directions of view from the viewpoints that you're referring to.
So that if you were to permit some turbines on the in the view from the coastal plain, Brora or whatever, from Dole, and they were a feature in the view, that would allow any further wind farm applicant to make the same point you've just made by reference to viewpoints 8, and you're going to make them by reference to viewpoint 9 as well. It underlines the significance of allowing turbines to be seen from the coastal plain, doesn't it?
I don't believe I follow your point entirely.
Well, try and if there were, say West Garty had been permitted, just you would be saying that turbines on Kintradwell don't introduce a new factor in the view along the coastal margin, and therefore the significance or magnitude of change of impact would be thereby reduced.
Well, I think that's a view that's taken in the document at 12.8, if I might refer to that, where indeed Nature Scott have described that the significance of the impact is often offset, given the effects already experienced from existing wind development.
So 12. Is that CD 12.8?
Yes.
So hang on, what document is that? Sure, it's one. CD 12.8 is the Gordon Bush variation decision. Yes. Yeah. Good. Glad we got that out, because I'm coming back to that later. Is there a particular passage in that you'd like to draw our attention to?
It's on page
9 and 10. I think, helpfully, the ECD, you don't page number their decision. So is that electronic page 9 and 10?
No, I had my hard copy. I think it's been hidden beneath something else.
So is it under the landscape and visual impact section?
Yes, it is.
I think, well, perhaps we'll probably have another break at some stage and we'll come back to the letter. So once you found it, you can take us to the passage that you wish to do. But I will come back to it anyway, because I'm going to come back to that later in cross-examination. So we won't forget that. But the other point I wanted to put to you about these locations is that the reporter at South Kilbride had something to say about introducing further turbines into that doesn't necessarily always lead to reduction of magnitude of change. Do you recall that, or do we need to go to it?
I recall that.
It's correct, isn't it, that simply because you can see turbines in view already, if you add further turbines, doesn't necessarily mean that the impact of those turbines will be reduced by the presence of the existing turbines. That was the point, effectively, he was making, wasn't it?
In relation to the South Kilbride decision, my recollection, and maybe it's sensible to turn to it if you do have it.
Yeah. It's CD 1055. I think I had in mind, for instance, paragraph 41, and I believe it's also in the conclusion section. Paragraph 98. And 99. I think paragraph 99 is the best expression of it. If we turn to that, it says the appellant has suggested that because local residents already experience the effect of Kilbrowell wind farm, they'd be less sensitive to the addition of additional turbines into the area. Whilst that is possible in some cases, an alternative view is that the addition of a further discrete wind farm in the locality would exacerbate the adverse visual impact already experienced by the community. That's, albeit in the context of sensitivity, a reasonable summary of the point I'm trying to put to you, that in terms of just because there are existing turbines already in the view, the imposition of further turbines can, if inappropriately sited and or designed, exacerbate the adverse visual impact.
Clearly it relates to the context in which they would be seen and the experience of the receptor at that particular location and the relationship, as you suggest, by siting and design, that those proposed turbines would have with any existing development which is in the view. And my opinion is that the introduction of Kintradwell in reference to viewpoint 8 that we're talking about in particular, and in viewpoint 9, which I'm sure we'll come to shortly, is that the addition of these turbines at Kintradwell would not materially, to any degree that the council are indicating, result in the magnitude of change that would be that great to result in a significant effect.
Yeah. So the difference between you and the council on and indeed Ms. Bolger on the magnitude of effect is just to remind you, is that your assessment is medium to low magnitude of change, whereas my understanding is that the others is it's a medium magnitude of change, and we are at 10.4 kilometres at this location. But taken with the higher sensitivity would lead to a major moderate effect. I think that's at viewpoint 8 and a moderate effect at viewpoint 9, which is, I think, some 3 kilometres further away. I think let's leave that to the reporter to judge. I'm not sure we can take that much further on this and move on to viewpoint 10, which is Craggy Beg. And again, there's a difference here. We're at 15.4 kilometres. There's a difference in terms of difference between you and Mr. Whelan, and between both of you and Ms. Bolger. Between Mr. Whelan and Ms. Bolger, it's whether a moderate impact is significant or not, and you're suggesting it's moderate minor. Just bring that up. The only point, I think yesterday I put to, by reference to viewpoint 8, the impact on Ben Smirrel, if that hasn't, which is the conical hill you can see on the skyline, quite prominent in these lighting conditions from viewpoint 10. And the proposed turbines are going to completely dwarf that hill, aren't they?
They would appear set behind the hill and in the distance on the relatively broad horizon, but I acknowledge that some of the hubs and blades would appear above the height of Ben Smirail.
Well, most of the hubs would appear, of those turbines that are in proximity to it, will appear above the peak. There's one just behind the peak. It's going to take... That blade is going to be moving. Those blades are going to be moving almost all the time, and they're going to draw your attention away from the skyline in a way that, and a focal point on the skyline in a way that Gordon Bush doesn't at present, won't it?
That is the context in which it would be viewed from that viewpoint. Yes.
Well, move on to viewpoint 11, Ben Horn. We're at 9.5 kilometres here, and the difference is to whether everyone agreed that there's a moderate impact. It's whether it's significant or not. What this does show is the clear difference in height and relationship to the coastal hills, does it not, of Gordon Bush and Kintradwell. Gordon Bush sits on the boundary of the sweeping moorland and rounded hills, landscape character types, primarily in the moorland one, but some in the rounded hills. Kintradwell sits on top, effectively on top of the rounded hills, and to some extent falling down towards the coast. And then you have the coast. It's a very clear indication of the points that both Highland Council and Loth residents are seeking to make as to the distinction between the siting of the two wind farms. Is it not?
That is the distinction that Loth residents and the Highland Council have made with regard to the location of the proposed turbines from this viewpoint. And you did notice that the turbines to the right of the array are actually obscured by the landform which intervenes, and in terms of the relationship that they have with the coast, they are clearly subservient to the landform, and that acts to draw the turbines back to the left of the view, closer to the existing wind development at Gordon Bush and Gordon Bush Extension to the left. You can see that the Kintradwell turbines are recessive, those ones which are to the right of the array.
Well, that's putting as rosy a hue as you can possibly on it. If you look at the wireline, turbine 6 is the hill that lies behind turbine 6, Ben Doran.
Yes, that's part of that.
Yeah. So what you're going to see from here is a turbine with a hub height, roughly the same height as the summit of Ben Doran, and blades above it. That's not recessive. The turbines 1, 2 and 3 sit clearly on the highest aspect of that part, and the turbines 12, 11, 14, 13 and 15 in the order they're on is clearly of not recessive, but are falling down into the coastal plane, and make it clear that that's how they will be read when you look in the wider view. Isn't that the case?
I think I differ in your conclusion in that the fact that the right-hand part of the array, those turbines, those 5 turbines, are seen partially with very occasional blades to the right of the view on the coastal side is a benefit of the scheme when viewed from this location.
Now, can I, moving on to particularly, if we go firstly to your report at 4:45, and we covered this in part yesterday. As I understand what you're saying in 445, this is as to whether Gordon Bush is an extension of Kintradwell. That although the EIAR may have suggested it would appear as such, you accept it's not an extension and wouldn't be viewed as an extension.
Yes, I accept.
Grateful. And at 447, you include a quote from the LVIA, and then you say towards the end of that paragraph, the turbines would be seen within the upland landscape, part of which is characterised by the existing turbines, Gordon Bush extension, Kilbride extension. Now, I'm just looking at this, either the photomontage or the wireline from this location, it shows you that they are not within the same upland landscape. Gordon Bush sits in an entirely different context to the proposed Kintradwell turbines, does it not?
No, I disagree. From this location, it's quite apparent that the viewer has an experience which is greater than just a view in this one direction. In fact, if we were to look to the south and southeast, the experience is quite different. And that is something that I would, I don't know whether the reporter has been to this location or perhaps Ben Braggie, need to bear in mind. To my mind, when you're standing at this particular part of Ben Horn, the landscape in the direction of Gordon Bush and the Kintradwell site reads very similarly, with the exception of slightly higher elevation of the Kintradwell location.
Fundamentally disagree with you, Ms Horn, but we can leave that to the reporter to judge. But let's see what S&H said about Ben Horn. If you go to CD 311 at 4.4, at the bottom of that page, you'll just see that 4.4 goes over onto the next page. But at the bottom of the page that 4.4 starts on, they say, from Ben Horn, the proposal would appear as a more disjointed group of turbines, once again diminishing the scale of the hills, whilst detracting from the more distant, distinctive lone hills of Scaraben and Morven. Do you agree with that or disagree?
I disagree with the description that Nature Scott have made with the appearance of the proposals being a disjointed grouping of turbines, and I would invite the reporter to consider the wider context, in particular at this viewpoint, and indeed similarly at Ben Braggie, where the proposals would appear within a much wider 360-degree context. I acknowledge that there are some more distant hills in this direction, but then there are also a considerable number of features in the wider landscape in all other directions to which a viewer would be aware whilst they are at the top of Ben Horn.
Yeah, absolutely. From the top of any hill, there are going to be 360-degree views, but do you accept that, I hear what you say about disjointed grouping, but I'd suggest to you that Nature Scott have got it right, but do you also accept that they would diminish and significantly diminish the scale of the hills?
No, I don't. My own understanding of the landscape and the degree to which the proposals would sit within it would not be such that the hills cannot still be appreciated as one stands there and takes in that particular view.
You're going to appreciate them, but they'll diminish the scale.
Hang on, is that a question, or are you moving on to something else?
Hang on, Mr. Trinick, let me finish. They're going to diminish the scale of the hills. They're not going to block out the view, are they? No one's suggesting that. But the fact, if you look at sheet C and you look at the left-hand group of turbines, the Bendoran, which I think is possibly one of the, if not the highest hill in this run of hills, is going to be materially diminished in scale and size by the turbines running from one left to the turbine 6, which I drew attention to a moment ago, which is near the summit. Surely you accept that that's going to diminish the scale of Bendoran from here.
I think there's a balance to be struck as to what extent the appearance of that hill, which is not particularly dominant or distinct in this view, and there would, I agree that there would be a turbine in that position as you would view it from this location.
And finally, on viewpoint 11, the board has to bear in mind, we needn't go back to it, that there will be Murray West will be in the view, and because you're at an elevated location, again, that will be a factor to take into account in having regard to cumulative impact.
There would be occasions where Murray West would be visible, as is shown on the 360Y lines.
Thank you. Can we move then on to Ben Braggy, which is viewpoint 12. Just remind myself. You accept a high sensitivity in this case, that's 1.13.4, but only a medium magnitude of change, and which could give rise to a significant impact, but you've determined non-significant. If we go to your report again, you deal with this viewpoint at 449. In your assessment here, you don't make any mention of the difference in elevation or its occupation of the coastal hills, do you?
No, I don't expressly describe the location of the proposals in the way that you just set out.
Just want to, again, if you go on to sheet C, want to have a look and see what S&H, have that in mind when we go to S&H's comments in CD 311, first of all at paragraph 4.2. They say the proposal would result in an array of significant visual effects due to the development of the site being located on hills that lie above both above the coastal strip to the east and south and above the expansive areas of moorland to the west and north. Well, that's evident from the photomontage, isn't it? That's an accurate description of how it would appear from here. Do you accept that or not?
Yes, sorry, I was just rereading the paragraphs. So.
Thank you. In some instances, the proposed turbines do not appear as a unified grouping, nor do they read as a single wind farm. For example, from Ben Braggy, they appear to be two groupings broadly split to those which sit high on the backdrop hills and those which breach the hills and appear to spill over into the coastal shelf. Do you accept that analysis?
No, I don't.
In closer views, well, that's viewpoint 13, and I think we've already touched on viewpoint 8. But if that well, I can leave that. If you go on to paragraph 4.4, the first sentence deals with Ben Doran, which passage I don't think I did put to you, but it doesn't matter. The fourth sentence says, beginning 5 lines down towards the end, from Ben Braggy, the proposal would be a new focal feature which, because of the size of the proposed turbines and the moving blade, would detract attention away from the existing focal point of the monument. The size of the turbine would also diminish the scale of the ridgeline, effectively reducing its prominence. Again, that is an entirely accurate analysis, is it not?
No, I would dispute the degree to which the proposals would be perceived in that way from this viewpoint.
You can leave that to the reporter. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
If I might
yes,
just add
of course.
something. In particular, as part of the experience of reaching that location and the description of detracting from the prominence of Ben Braggy, I think from Ben Braggy, that is very much the experience that one has there, and very much is the focus of your particular view. Whilst the proposals at Kintradwell would be visible, as you can see in the viewpoint, they would be positioned in a broad horizon in a particular direction of the view, and within which there are some existing turbines, albeit, as you will point out, that they are slightly to one side and slightly a lower elevation. Nonetheless, they are there, and they already influence your perception of the wider landscape from this viewpoint, which incorporates, as I have set out in my inquiry report, other elements in the landscape which attention is particularly drawn, especially to the National Scenic Area to the south.
Yes, the existing turbines without Kintradwell don't read with either the coastal hills and certainly not the coast. What the introduction of Kintradwell would do would be to bridge the gap between existing turbines and the coast and significantly change the perception of that part, a significant part of the special landscape area, wouldn't it?
No, I think actually if you look at the position of Ben Milach, and I apologise for the pronunciation if that's someone will possibly put me right. That forms a relatively high point to the coastal side of the Kintradwell proposals, and to the right of that you can clearly see that the land drops to the coast, and the proposals at Kintradwell in fact are very set very well away from that sloping landform down to the coast, and the relationship that the proposals will have with the coast is one that is I would say actually quite distant. And
well, I hear what you say, Ms. Horn, that we've got Kintradwell being very distant, quite distant, sorry to use your words, from the coast, but only slightly higher than Gordon Bush. You appear to minimise the contrasts which could be seen to be as inconsistent with your case and maximise the contrasts which would appear to assist your case. So you're minimising the contrasts in terms of scale and height of the site between Kintradwell and Gordon Bush. You say they're only somewhat higher, whereas you appear to be trying to maximise the contrast where it assists your case.
No, I disagree that that's the intention of what I've
Can we
set
move
out.
then on to viewpoint 14, which is at Dornoch, which is some distance away, 23.4 kilometres. Agreed high sensitivity. The assessment in the EIAR is a medium to low magnitude of change. There's a difference between yourselves and you and those on this side of the room. If you look at the wire line, at this distance you can pick up the monument on Benbraggie, can't you? And on a clear day that's evident from some distance away. You can see the... So not on the wire line, my apologies, on the photograph, existing view photograph above, wouldn't appear on the wire line. And you can pick up the monument from as far away as Tain on a reasonably clear day, can't you?
Yes, you can.
And I suggest to you that the turbines, which are going to be 4 times as high as the monument and moving, would be clearly notable from this viewpoint.
No, I disagree that they would be clearly notable. They would be visible, but I would not describe that they would be that they would be notable elements in this view.
Again, let's see what SNH say, Nature Scott now, in CD 3.11 at 4.2, they make the same point as they did about Benbraggie, that there would appear to be 2 groupings. So at this distance, Nature Scott, not only, I would suggest, consider they will be apparent, but that you would pick up that they're in 2 groupings. Do you accept that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And at 4.3, they say towards the end of that sentence that the scale of paragraph, my apologies, the scale of the turbines would in many instances dominate or diminish the scale of hills, and it would, these effects, and we've been here before, would not occur just at Dole, but those at distance, such as Dornoch. So do you accept from viewpoint 14 that the turbines would in many dominate and or diminish the scale of the hills on which they're sitting?
No, I don't. And I think in reference to the view at Dornoch, we can see that the range of hills extends for some distance along the coast in either direction. You can see to the right all the way to the Ord of Caithness on the right and into the Dornoch Firth, the Loch Fleet landscape to the left of the view below Benbraggie.
Yes, and we recall yesterday that you said Benbraggie wasn't a particularly prominent hill, of itself it perhaps isn't, but it forms part of a clearly prominent interlocking line of hills that gives the appearance, or has the appearance of a uniform, simple skyline, does it not? And it exemplified from this viewpoint.
It's part of a wider range of hills, as you describe, and that with some undulations, then the proposals in this particular view would be a very small part of that.
But you're clearly some distance away, I accept that, but Nature Scott, I would suggest, would have been aware of that when making these comments. I was going to move on just to deal with viewpoints 15 and 16 together, where there is a difference between certainly at viewpoint 15 between all three experts and 16 likewise. Here we're at 26.9 kilometres at viewpoint 15 and nearly 30 kilometres at viewpoint 16. Just from these viewpoints, again, the monument would be clearly visible on a clear day, wouldn't it, above on Brenbergy?
I think it would be visible. I wouldn't necessarily say that it would be clearly visible to someone that wasn't looking for it in particular. I would say it doesn't stand out, especially from viewpoint 15, to which I'm currently referring. It's a very small element in a wider view which extends to the west into the Dornoch Firth NSA.
Well, I'd suggest to you that's understating it, and also understating it from viewpoint 14. If you go, for instance, to viewpoint 16, if you go to sheet C on viewpoint 16, the monument appears quite clearly, doesn't it?
The monument appears more clear from this location, yes.
And even though it's slightly further away, I'd suggest to you that the wind turbines, which will be significantly taller and more numerous, will be clearly prominent, obvious on that receding skyline of which Benbraggie forms part.
No, I don't agree that they would be prominent on the skyline at all. In fact, I agree with Mr. Whelan's judgment that they, whilst visible, don't form the part of the view which is of value, and the monument and its hill upon which it's located would still be closer and more apparent to you in the view than the proposed turbines at Kintradwell.
Thank you. So just a few more questions on visual impact, and then it might be appropriate to stop, but I would hope I'll be finished by midday at the latest in any event, because I've covered quite a lot of landscape issues as we've been going through in any event. Could I ask you now, we can, I think, put those documents away. I want to go briefly to the Westgarty decision, which is CD 1039. And to begin with, for those looking up electronic page 85, which should take you to paragraph 3171. Now, here Ms Hayward is talking about the creation of a new focal feature given the size and presence of moving blades and large vertical structures. And she's saying these would be apparent from viewpoints along the A9 to the south of the site, and lists some viewpoints including Ben Braggy down to 18.8 kilometres. It would also be apparent, but to a lesser extent, because of the greater distances and going right out to Tain at 35.7 kilometres. Do you accept that in this particular context, those are that is a perfectly reasonable analysis of the extent to which a new focal feature might be visible from a significant distance?
Do you just mind if I read the paragraph?
Of course.
Do you mind repeating the question?
Yeah, of course. I was really concentrating on the last part, that she was finding that the new focal feature, which would draw the eye, etc., would be apparent, but to a lesser extent from some significant distances, and she gives the viewpoints. That wouldn't occur in every situation, but in the context of a West Garty, do you accept that that is a reasonable, indeed accurate analysis?
I agree that that's the conclusion that she has drawn from the relationship that the proposals had.
We can all read what she says, but do you agree that that's an accurate and reasonable analysis?
Actually, I think I would like to take you, if I could, to one of the West Garty visuals.
Well, before you do that, which one do you disagree with? Which aspect of that do you disagree with before we go there?
I would like to look at I would like to take you to the visual.
Is it because you're not certain, or you disagree?
Because I'm not certain.
Okay, so which visual would you like to go to? I don't want to. In fact, if you're uncertain about it, this is not a major point in my cross-examination. I'm very happy for Mr. Trinick to re-examine you on this point if he wishes to do so. I'm just simply putting to you that this is the analysis. You're not certain about it. For my purposes, in the terms of taking up time of the inquiry, that's all I wish to put at this stage. If Mr. Trinick wishes to take you to them in re-examination, no doubt he will. 3.182, the report is talking about the impact on the special landscape area, and it talks about the scale of hills being diminished. And in 3.183, she says this would be apparent at some closer viewpoints, but also apparent even up to viewpoint 1425 kilometres away. And she goes on to say, I don't accept the applicant's assertion that the turbines would appear inferior to the scale of the greater landmass of the hills within which they would be located. Again, do you accept, or are you uncertain, or do you disagree with that analysis?
I disagree.
disagree?
with that analysis.
Okay, then that's fine. I'm not going to ask you about the contrast between Westgarty and Kintradwell. That's a matter I can make submission on. Thank you. We can put that document away. And then finally on visual impact, go to the A9 viewpoints, which I think are CD 1.16. And we need to start at AI figure 3.2.3, which shows you where the viewpoints are taken from. 3 south of Brora as you're coming into Brora, 3 north of Brora. Do you have that to hand? You had it a moment ago when we were looking, I think, at the Murray West and Beatrice wind farm. I don't know if anyone's got a spare copy they could lend you. You've got it, brilliant. Agree from all these viewpoints at the moment, the skyline appears a simple continuous skyline, albeit comprised of a number of interlocking hills. And the question for the reporter, bearing in mind, is going to be the impact. For instance, if one looks at viewpoint 1 with the wireline 27 degrees, so that's the third image. The introduction of those turbines, some just flicking tips, some with hub heights and some almost their full extent, will have on the traveller as they travel north.
Was that a question?
Yes. The question for the reporter is the extent of the impact of those turbines on that currently simple, uncomplicated skyline. The impact that we're trying to look at the impact of travellers on the A9, and that's what he's got to assess, isn't that correct?
Yes, I wasn't. Yes, that is what he would need to consider.
And they're going to be clearly apparent and, I would suggest, prominent for a significant part of the journey, both before Brora and after Brora.
I think we can refer to the figure which sets out the distance that there would be visibility of the proposals, to which we discussed yesterday.
And they're going to introduce very noticeable turbines into a location and a skyline which is currently completely free of turbines.
I agree, the skyline doesn't have turbines on it.
Thank you very much. That would be an appropriate time to call a break and resume in.
Okay, that's good. Shall we resume at 11:30?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to more landscape matters, I want to start by going back to the Nature Scott assessment, paragraph 3.1. So that's CD 311, electronic page 5 of 8. They make the point here that it's challenging to design a commercial wind farm, in part due to the existing wind farm pattern, but also due to the inherent sensitivities of the landscape. Designing a wind farm for an expansive moorland, which may be able to accommodate large-scale turbines, is quite different to designing a wind farm for a more intimate coastal shelf, where smaller proposals of perhaps domestic scale are more appropriate. And then they say this site demands both. Do you agree with that analysis?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Very helpful. Then in 3.3, they have a description of the Rounded Hills LCT and the other LCTs that are relevant. And they say this at the end of the paragraph: this relationship between a narrow corridor of land strongly defined by inland hills to the west and open seas to the east is distinctive at the regional scale within Scotland. And the experience, and this is the point I wanted to ask you about, and the experience of this landscape is dominated by the character of both. That is, the open sea to the east and the inland hills to the west. Do you accept that analysis?
I accept that the coastal seaward seascape is seen in combination with the hills inland. I agree. However, I disagree with the regional distinction that is drawn.
Right, you. Note that. And moving on to 3.4, existing wind farms in this landscape, such as Kilbride and Gordon Bush, relate strongly to and are contained within the Rounded Hills LCA in which they sit. In fact, I'm not quite sure that's entirely accurate for a reason, but they certainly don't impose upon the coastal strip, do they? Gordon Bush or Kilbride?
We can examine the cumulative ZTV, which actually does show that there is visibility, for instance, at viewpoint 15, where Gordon Bush can be seen on the hills.
But they don't impose as a matter of generality, and you've been around this area a significant amount, leaving aside the theoretical ZTV, they don't impose upon the coastal strip, do they? Gordon Bush or Kilbride?
They are visible. The degree to which there is an imposition is relative to the visibility that occurs from the wider locations.
The very limited visibility of Kilbride and Gordon Bush from the coastal strip. Would you not agree?
Yes.
Okay. Kintradwell, however, and this is using the language of the next sentence, would be an incongruous addition to the landscape, as the turbines would neither relate to the existing wind farms nor of a suitable scale to fit in with a more sensitive coastal strip. I imagine you'd disagree with that.
Well, if we went to viewpoint 15, where they would be seen as an additional wind development from that particular viewpoint, and whereby I would not say that they would appear incongruous in any way.
And then then in 3.5, the Kintradwell wind farm would result in significant adverse impacts. I put the remainder of 3.4 to you earlier, on the character of the sensitive coastal strip, which, due to the prominent siting in proposals, would be difficult to mitigate by a smaller and or fewer turbine scheme. So it's a prominent siting that Nature Scott are concerned about, rather than the particular location or the size or number of turbines. That would appear to be what they're concerned about. It's a prominent siting.
They consider that it's prominent siting.
You don't, I know. And then they say these impacts are relatively localised and are not considered to significantly affect the wider regional distinctive character. I think the point you were just making is you don't... that's their reason for not objecting. But what do you understand by relatively localised?
The extent to which the proposals would be visible and noticeable within the locations in the surrounding areas.
And we note earlier on that later on in the impacts of visual amenity, they talk about visual impact certainly as far afield as Dornoch. So that may assist in localised. Thank you. Let me just double check before we put this away. Yeah, sorry, cumulative landscape effects. We've covered this in part, but at 3.7 and 3.8 they deal with the cumulative impact of Moray West. But in 3.8 there is a sentence I want to put to you. It begins about 5 lines down towards the end of the line. It says the addition of Kintradwell will intensify the presence of wind farm development along the coast, further eroding the currently distinctive definition of smaller scale coastal strip contained by the backdrop of moorland. The proposed turbines would interrupt this by appearing on the skyline breaching the backdrop hills. Do you accept that that's the impact, that by appearing on the skyline they would have the effect of breaching the backdrop hills?
I agree that in relation to existing wind developments, that they are, the Kintradwell proposals are closer to the coast. However, the effect of seeing those turbines in the landscape is not, as has been assessed in the RVIA, especially detrimental in the way that Nature Scott have described in their conclusion here.
You'll be glad to hear we can put that document away for the rest of my cross-examination. No doubt you may have to take it out for Mr. Trinick's re-examination, I don't know. But could we go to the Gordon Bush decision letter that you were referring to earlier, which is CD 12.8? I said we'd come back to it. And at the same time, have to hand your A2 inquiry plan, which I think is in CD 11.3, but has all the relevant annotations marked on it.
Sorry, what was the first document you referred to?
Gordon Bush, CD 12.8. Have you managed to locate CD 12.8? No. Good. Now, courtesy to you, you wanted to take us to some aspects of CD 12.8, which I think were on pages 9 and 10, under the heading of Landscape and Visual Impacts. So if we just work through that section together, you can tell me when you get to the bit you want to. The first bit is the proposed development lies at the cusp of two landscape character types as defined by S&H. And if we the sweeping moorland and moorland slopes and hills. And it says the boundary is not clearly defined, with the site being transitional, i.e. displaying characteristics of both types. And we're talking here about Gordon Bush. So if we look on this plan, we can see Gordon Bush with I think it's a sort of brownish, greyish line depicting the LCT character boundary, which effectively runs through Gordon Bush, perhaps with slightly, more or less splitting it in half.
Yes.
But do you accept that Gordon Bush is in a transitional, overall, is within a transitional zone? Because no line on the map can do justice to where two landscape character types meet.
In the manner by which the landscape character areas have been defined,
they are clearly in a transitional zone, aren't they?
Yes.
Whereas, again, looking at this, Kintradwell couldn't be said to be in a transitional zone, could it?
No.
Okay. And there's then the next paragraph talks about the other landscape character types and the ZTV, and the bottom paragraph says, as with consented development, whilst recognition has been given to significant impacts of this application, this has to be balanced with the fact that proposed varied development will continue not to be seen from the main communities of the East Coast, and list them, and there will be no additional significant effects along a number of roads, routes, railway lines, etc. Is there anything so far that you'd wish to draw our attention to before we turn the page?
Not at this point. If I may go back when you've
of course.
Got to the end, that would be welcome.
But
Thank you.
That last paragraph can be contrasted with Kintradwell and its impacts, albeit dependent on the extent to which the reporter finds either in favour of your analysis or the analysis from this side of the room.
Yes, you can draw that comparison.
And then I think this may have been the bit you were going to. Over the page, SNH advised that following a review of assessment, this is wild land areas. Don't need to bother with that. I think that's all I wanted to go from there. Was it? By all means, draw us or make your comment by reference to that before we move on from it.
I think there are 2 points that I would wish to make, and it's with reference to on page 9, the second paragraph, last sentence, which identifies that the significance of the impact is often offset given the effects already experienced from the existing turbines, which is in relation to the point we were discussing earlier about, I think, viewpoints 8, 9 and 10, where we were looking at Gordon Bush and Gordon Bush Extension and Kilbrower in those existing views, and I just wanted to refer to that particular point then. And then over the page, the last paragraph, the ministers concluded that with any wind farm there will be significant landscape and visual effects, and I would wish to draw the reporter to my appendix to my inquiry report, which is A4.
Sorry, I'm not quite at the paragraph before we go to A4.
Oh, sorry. It's the same section under landscape and visual impacts.
So the last paragraph.
Last paragraph.
Which begins, Scottish ministers have considered both Highland Council and SNH's consultation responses.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, that as with any wind farm, there will be significant landscape and visual effects. Indeed, there will be.
Yes, and I would wish to draw the reporter's attention to
Appendix 4.
Appendix 4 of my IR, which graphically conveys the conclusions of the LVIA in regard to significant effects.
Right. Yes, that's the appendix where you, by shading, set out where you say there would be significant effects. Yeah.
And there is one further point that I would like to make as well, which is the same paragraph, the latter part, if I just read that to you. And it's where the ministers are considering the removal of those southernmost turbines closest to Strathbora, and they conclude that it will notably reduce the visual effects. I would like to go back to the discussion that we had yesterday with regard to the design iteration of Kintradwell, whereby some of those southerly turbines on the scoping layout were omitted, and to my mind this is an acceptance that those closest turbines, the emission that they have and the resulting effects that emission can have is...
But the context is entirely different. There's no equivalent to Strathbora in the vicinity of Kintradwell. I'm
not referring to Strathbora. I'm referring to the southerly extent of the Kintradwells.
I understand that, but if you're trying to rely on this and support for saying that makes a significant difference, there has to be some comparison between the two, and I'd suggest to you there's no comparison between the impact of Gordon Bush on Strathbora without these turbines and the removal of turbines from Kintradwell. As a general principle, the more turbines you remove, arguably the less impact you will have, but that's the same for any wind farm. But this is the comment you're seeking to rely on here is wholly out of context.
I disagree. It's a point that I interpreted to be of relevance, and I wish to raise.
Well, you've raised it. We can put Gordon Bush away from my purposes. If we pick up your precognition, and turn to paragraph 13. This is an effective summary of, as indeed it's meant to be, of part of your case. You say the proposed turbines will appear in a simple landscape where development of such nature, just pausing there, whilst the rounded hills themselves are a simple landscape, the point that's overlooked throughout the assessment in EIAR and otherwise is that they appear on the edge of a simple landscape, adjacent to other landscapes which are not simple, and that to compare them as you do with the siting of Gordon Bush and Kilbride is to completely miss the point.
I disagree. The proposals aren't at the edge of this landscape. They are seen on the hills. I agree, but they're not on the edge, and there is a perceptible difference between the two.
And you say that that where wind development can already be seen and where the proposed turbines would comprise a part of expansive views. Well, I think we can accept that to a certain extent any view in this part of the world may well be expansive. But there are going to be large areas, particularly the SLA, where where Kintradwell will be visible, and to a greater degree than where Gordon Bush and Kilbride will be visible, in particular the element of the SLA which is in the coastal strip.
No, I disagree with that. In fact, if we look at the inquiry plan, if we have that to hand, we can see that the parts of the SLA from where the coastal strip is experienced have very little theoretical visibility of the proposals.
There will be elements of the coastal strip which have limited theoretical visibility of the proposal, but for instance, all around Brora and Dol, there will be a material impact, the extent of which is to a lesser or greater extent in dispute. But if one was to go to figure LVIA figure. So I'm looking at CD 1.4, and I think it's figure 628. This is giving us the comparison where Kintradwell wind farm will only be visible and where there will be joint visibility with the existing wind farms.
It's actually now more appropriate to look at figure 6.29, which incorporates the consented schemes, which at the time of production of this included Gordon Bush Extension, just to be clear.
Very happy with either. I'm not sure it makes a significant difference, but if one concentrates on, first of all, on that shaded yellow, that shows where Kintradwell only is visible. One just has to imagine the SLA boundaries superimposed over this plan. But in other areas, and one also has to take into account that for some reason on this ordnance survey base there are wind farms shown where there aren't wind farms, for instance immediately to the west of Kintradwell. But in many of these locations where it's showing towards the coastal strip some visibility down, for instance, Strathbrora, one has to remember that this is theoretical visibility and that it's only showing you, it would show visibility from consented or operational wind farms if there was a simple one or two tips visible.
Yes,
so
that's the case.
You have to interrogate this intelligently.
Yes, so.
But I come back to you and suggest that, which was my question to you, there will be a large part of the SLA, particularly that which has visibility within the coastal strip, which will be affected by Kintradwell, which wouldn't have been affected previously.
I think I would just wish to clarify that the locations where the SLA occurs at the coastal strip is different from there being locations out with the SLA at the coastal strip, which is the point I was referring to earlier, whereby the locations where the SLA actually incorporates the coastal strip is limited to that area from the southern point of the site red line boundary extending northeastwards, which we can see on the A2 inquiry plan, and from where there is very limited visibility.
And if we move on, I make it clear I don't accept that, but the reporter will have the point. If we move on to paragraph 18, here you're making a point under the issue of pattern and character of development, that the wind farm will sit beyond the first series of hills about which we've had a discussion, but located within a landscape of common character with that of existing and proposed wind farm development. I'd suggest to you that even to summarise, Kintradwell as lying in a landscape of common character with either Gordon Bush or Kilbrowell is a significant, demonstrates a significantly flawed analysis of the character in which they sit.
No, I disagree. If I draw the attention of the reporter to viewpoint 11, I believe that the characteristics of the landscape where you can see Gordon Bush and Gordon Bush Extension and Kintradwell, that there are common characteristics between the two.
Well, we agree to disagree about that. And the final matter to touch on briefly is the special landscape area, and for this purpose I want to go to the CD 725, which is the assessment of SLA areas, and to either electronic page 67 or 60, I think it's 65 it begins, but or internal page 50. want to ask you just about, to begin with, about the key landscape and visual characteristics. The first characteristic talks about a relatively simple uniform rolling plateau of interior broad interwoven rounded hills clothed by an open mosaic. As this composition is fairly simple and extends throughout the area, there is a strong consistency of this backdrop to the coast. That's correct, isn't it? That in terms of there's a strong consistency of backdrop and indeed skyline to the coast.
Yes, I would agree with that characteristic.
Yeah. One of the viewpoints, one of the characteristics I think you've referred to is the penultimate one. Views are obtained from some areas of wind turbines and overhead electricity lines, whose large-scale and man-made character can seem to diminish the scale of the interior hills and their wilderness qualities. Well, as I understand it, I think all wind turbines currently, certainly commercial scale ones, lie outside the SLA. So this is the views from outside in, insofar as turbines are concerned.
No, I would interpret that as views from within the SLA out.
So, yeah, from within the SLA, my apologies,
Yes.
of wind turbines, but the wind turbines they're considering are lying outside the SLA
Yes.
at present. So it's, and it's saying that even those wind turbines diminish the scale of the interior hills and their wilderness qualities. If those turbines were to sit within the SLA, surely that effect is going to be magnified.
Yes, I would agree that there would be a degree of change to the appearance of the scale of the hills from those locations.
And then just the last point on this, if you go over the page to the special qualities, the last special quality under integrated combination of landforms talks about the local dominant ridgeline of Benbraggie. I think yesterday you didn't feel that Benbraggie was particularly prominent at all. Here it's described as locally dominant. Do you accept the description here?
I think the description is dependent upon where one is viewing the hills from, as to how it would appear, whether it appears particularly dominant or not.
Yes, give me a moment. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. I have no questions. I think Mr. Finley's covered the matters I was going to ask you about. So, Mr. Trinick, over to you.
Thank you, sir. I've got a very limited number of points. Ms. Horn, you were taken yesterday afternoon to see figure 3.1 in CD 1.3. So let's try and find it again. It's in the design evolution figures, yeah, the LVIA. CD1, sorry, 3.1, my apologies. CD 1.3, figure 3.1. I'll get it right eventually. It's the one which is the combined constraints and infrastructure layout. Have you got it? That's all right. So the design evolution figures, figure 3.1. You're there. Are you there, sir?
Remind me of which part of the LVIA it is again, sorry.
If you go to the USB and you go to CD13, click on that. There we are. I love hard copy. Now, this figure, you were taken to in the context of the SLA. It was put to you the figure does not refer to the SLA. What was the purpose? What is the purpose of a figure like this?
It shows the variety of all constraints from all disciplines that must be taken into account when positioning turbines within a landscape.
Yeah, so we've got some listed buildings, scheduled ancient monuments, evidence of otter, hydro scheme, whatever that limitation is, habitations buffer, power line buffer. So it's showing the constraints within the site on laying out turbines. Is there any reference to landscape character on this figure?
No, there isn't.
No reference to landscape designations?
No.
No reference to mapped areas such as wildland?
No.
So we'll come back to it. What is the purpose of the exercise here?
It's to establish exactly where the on-ground constraints are to the position of the potential turbine locations.
Very well. My second out of 3 points takes us to this morning's examination. When you were taken to viewpoints 15 and 16, you may want to get out viewpoint 16 in the Nature Scott series, which is CD 112. Do you go to sheet A, I think is best. Actually, no, probably sheet C. Because what was put to you, I'm sure you remember, was that you said the monument is not clearly visible unless you look for it, and that was in the context of viewpoint 15. You were taken to viewpoint 16, and it was put to you that the monument on Ben Braggy is actually quite clear, and the turbines appear larger. Now, we know the distance of the viewpoint to the wind turbines, 28.858 kilometres, metres rather. 29 kilometres. What is the distance of the viewpoint to Ben Braggy? Are you able to estimate that?
I'm happy for Mr. Trent to lead.
I have no idea. I'm asking the question. I'm just interested. I never know the answer.
I'm very happy for that to be given outside of the inquiry.
I think that would help, rather than look it up now. That's very generous, and thank you very much. My final point relates to CD 1039, that is the West Garty Report of Inquiry, and you were taken there this morning to CD 39, paragraph 3.171. I'm not sure we need to go back there. There's just a point of reference to the reporter's note. But you were being asked for your views of what the reporter said about West Garty. Have you conducted an LVIA of West Garty?
No, I haven't.
So your observations about West Garty, and I will lead you to this extent, are in the context of your LVIA of Kintradwell.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Those are the points.
Okay, thank you. Shall we adjourn for a few minutes while we get ourselves organised, and you can organise the council and get their papers onto the table?
Absolutely. We were thinking of keeping the witness table there, if Mr. Trinick's happy with that, because we have a fire exit there, which causes a problem. Very happy to have them in, or we could have the witness just up here. I can see it's difficult for Mr. Trinick with.
It's actually easier as it is because my screen will be in the way of looking over.
So if you're happy with,
that.
yeah, no, very happy with. There won't be any metaphorical, just a physical crossing of the hall.
So is 10 minutes sufficient, or do you think you need a bit more time?
We'll do our best within 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Approaching kind of lunchtime, I just wonder what would work best for you, whether we heard the evidence in chief. I'm not sure how long you may take for that.
So I'm hoping to be 15 or 20 minutes in chief, which might take us to a convenient point, maybe having a slightly earlier lunch. But if I'm in, provision has been made for Ms. Canning to be in Purda over lunch if necessary. So one never knows quite how evidence in chief is going to go, but we'll see what progress we make. But I'll then be in your hands.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So can we hear from your first witness, please? Thank you.
You're Anne Cowling. You're a landscape officer with Highland Council, and you've provided your relevant qualifications, CV, in your report.
That's correct.
Thank you. I think for Kintradwell, you provided input into the report of handling, but no written input. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to take your precognition as read, with your permission, sir, and I have 4 questions by reference to Ms. Horn's precognition. So if we could pick that up. And the first question relates to paragraph 7 of that precognition, where she says views of other existing and consented developments which lie immediately adjacent to the SLA, including Gordon Bush Wind Farm, are already an existing established characteristic of the SLA landscape. And perhaps you'd like to comment on that and on the impact on the SLA.
Yes, it's correct to say that views to other existing wind farms and consented development are an existing established characteristic of the SLA landscape. But what the landscape, the SLA description, what the rest of that paragraph makes clear is that this is a negative observation, and that they're experienced such that they diminish the scale of the hills and the wildness qualities of the landscape.
So just pausing there, just so that everyone can make a note, that you're referring here to, I think, the document I went to at the latter end of Ms. Horn's cross-examination, CD 725.
The SLA descriptions.
Yeah, and it's the
yes.
The passage which I think I took her to on the bottom of written page 52, electronic page 67, it says views are obtained from some areas of wind turbines and overhead electricity lines, etc.
Yes, and it goes on to say whose large-scale and man-made character can seem to diminish the scale of the interior hills and their wildness qualities.
Yes. Thank you. You recall, I think I took Ms Horn to figure 628, and she said figure 629 was a better figure to go to to show that's showing the ZTV influences, highlighting where Kintradwell only will be effective, and otherwise we don't need to go back to that figure unless you wish to do so, because we've been to it so recently. But in terms of the extent of the SLA that will be affected by Kintradwell and the extent of effect of Kintradwell as opposed to the existing wind farms, is there anything you'd like to say in response to her evidence on that?
It's clearly extending the zone of effect over a wider area, and many of the areas which will only have perhaps blade tip views or partial views, particularly when seen from the more seaward side of existing developments, would, by contrast with Kintradwell, have much more definitive views of clearly seen turbines.
Thank you. If we then go on to paragraph 13 of her recognition, I think this is a paragraph I took her to, where she talks of the turbines appearing in a simple landscape. I'm going to read short, where wind development can already be seen, and proposed turbines would comprise a part of expansive views. Is that the correct context in which to either design or judge the assessment of impacts of Kintradwell, in your view?
Whilst it's true that the landscape of the site itself is a simple landscape, the landscape context and the variety of landscape characters that are in play within the areas and from which many of the views of the development are obtained, and the combination of landscapes which are almost always in views, mean that it's more complex than a simple statement that they appear in a simple landscape would tend to convey.
Thank you. And then if we go on to, third point is if we go on to paragraph 15 at the bottom of that page, she talks in the second sentence, which picking up a theme of her evidence, placing emphasis on the turbines are set away from the first hilltops from the coast, placing them well within the simple landscape of rolling hills that extend inland. I won't read it out, but again, what's your response or comment in respect to that paragraph?
I think saying that they're set away from the first hilltops kind of detracts from the fact that they are on the higher hilltops within the landscape and the more defining ridge of the coastal hills landscape. And their elevation and position within the rounded hills shouldn't be considered to be diminished for that reason.
Thank you. And finally, in paragraph 18, under the title of Pattern and Character of Wind Farm Development in the Area, she returns to the point of being beyond the first series of hills, but carries on, but in the context of noting that proposed turbines are set further inland from the coast and located within a landscape of common character. Again, I think this may be in part picking up a reference or distinction from West Garty. What do you have to say about her reliance on distance from the coast and the landscape of common character?
I think distance from coast is, or just even distance from the edge of the landscape character area is obviously something that can be easily measured off a map. But I think that's a very two-dimensional approach to it, and I think one of the main one of the principal types of effect, the nature of the effects that I find problematic with this development are the effects they have on the spatial separation of the interior from the coast, and the function within the landscape of that line of coastal hills is very much to create that division. And in their location at height on these hills, they effectively are breaking a perceptual boundary that has so far held good, and that existing wind-NG development, which is referred to as being in a landscape of common character. They are landscapes with common character, with some characteristics in common, but the sweeping moorland and flows landscape, where it meets the lower edges of the rounded hills, is not the same landscape character as the rounded hills, particularly when you're in the upper ground of the rounded hills. And I think that the effects of elevation and the effects of the centrality with ground falling away either side are very important in understanding the spatial relationship of this wind farm to the landscape.
So throughout our evidence, Ms Horn has put significant emphasis on the existence of Gordon Bush and Kilbride. Do you agree with that emphasis? And
No.
And how would you comment on how the report? I think it's now agreed it's not an extension, wouldn't be viewed as an extension, contrary to how it's expressed in the EIAR. But how do you say the reporters should judge the impact of Gordon Bush and Kilbride?
I think that should be judged very much as sitting within, as it was described earlier, transitional area. The boundaries that we draw on maps for the distinctions between landscape characters are obviously the width of a pen line on the map, but in effect they should be regarded as a slightly fuzzier boundary, if you like. It's unless you're talking about something like an urban edge where there's a very abrupt change from one landscape form to another, it tends to be a more gradual transition. And I think the location of the existing wind farms it's quite important that they are where the sweeping moorland inflows is rising to meet the rounded hills, rather than being either central within the lower moorland areas or on the higher points of the rounded hills.
Thank you very much. If you'd wait there, I'm sure Mr Trinick will have some questions for you.
Mr Trinick, would you like to make a start? And we'll perhaps take lunch at an appropriate point. Thank you.
That's fine. Good afternoon, Ms. Gunn.
Good afternoon.
I notified earlier on this morning some documents you might need for cross-examination. Have you got that list?
Yes, I've got that list, and I've jotted down which titles referred to the numbers to give me a clue as to where.
It's a bit late.
That's all right.
You've got.
I don't have them all open, but I should be able to get them at a moment's notice.
That's fine.
I have them emailed to me.
Yeah. And Mr Fenley, do you have that?
I do.
Thank you. I want to start by taking you to your inquiry report. Just to clarify one issue, in paragraph 4, where you refer to documents on which you draw, and the fourth bullet point tells us that you draw on the supplementary guidance, including the landscape sensitivity appraisal for the Black Isle and surrounding hills and Moray Firth coast. Clearly, Kintradwell is outside the area of that study. That's common ground, and I believe I know why you've raised this study, it's because of the gateway at the Edison roundabout. Is that?
That's correct.
You don't draw on that landscape sensitivity appraisal for anything else?
No, no.
That clarifies that point. Go to paragraph 5, please, of your inquiry report. Now, the topic I'm addressing here is the position of Nature Scott in relation to the application. So, just to rehearse one or two points. In paragraph 5, going over the page in the second bullet point, significantly and adversely affecting the local landscape composition results, etc., which are particular to the locality and are regionally distinctive. That's the phrase I'm lighting upon. If you go to paragraph 19 of the inquiry report, and so, somewhere in the middle, it's a long sentence, it's not a criticism, and also contributes to the identification of the East Sutherland coast within the SNH Landscapes of Scotland map, call upon the support of Nature Scott. Nature Scott's findings are therefore consistent with the Council's view that the wind farm development to date relates strongly to contained in the Rounded Hills LCA, does not impose on the coastal strip. This proposal would be an incongruous addition. Therefore, last sentence, Nature Scott find the proposal will have significant adverse effect on the character of the sensitive coastal strip. So far, so good. But let's now go to CD 7.7, if you would. I think it's his first outing at this inquiry, and that's the Landscape of Scotland's map. And can we see there, at page 9, internal page 9, the Sutherland, Kyles and coasts? I know you know what it is. This is sort of a reporter's note at the moment, just so he can see how that is defined.
Yes.
So when Nature Scott refer, and we'll come on to 311 later, to the East Sutherland coast, I think they're referring to LOS Area 9. That's correct, isn't it?
That's my understanding.
And that's the regionally distinctive coast to which they refer. So we get that clear. We might also note, because we'll come back to it, Area 7 on page 7, and that is the adjoining Sutherland, which abuts Area 9 and goes way inland. Okay. As an aside, and I just want to get some clarification here, really. If we go to, I haven't notified it to you, I'm totally at fault, CD 1182, which is the Westgarty, not the viewpoints, but the figures volume, CD 1182.
Right, sorry, CD 11.8 I see has two entries in the list. Is it the landscape and visual figures you wish me to quote?
It's the volume 3 appendices.
Right. I have that.
Excellent. Now, this plan was made at the time, but before National Landscape Character Assessment of 2019 by SNH, wasn't it? This is the reflects the old 1998 classification.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and we can see that CSL 10 is the coastal shelf, which broadly equates, and see how broadly in a minute, equates to what is now LCT 144, we might actually, to help you here, get out 7. Let's get out a figure which shows us that clearly. Yeah, if you go to, can you have lots of documents in front of you? Do you have hard copy, or are you doing it all on screen?
I've only got limited hard copies in front of me. If you can take me to an electronic
All right,
one,
well,
I can.
if others can make a note for the moment that I want to go to CD14 at figure 6.4. What I'm doing is comparing, seeing what has happened to the landscape character boundaries as between 1998 and now in the context of Landscapes of Scotland Area 9.
If you could bear with me a moment, that was CD 1.4.
Yeah.
And then which?
Well, I don't know. Okay, if you haven't got a hard copy, let's just stick with the 1998 classification so we do it all in one run, and then we can turn to CD 1.4. You see in figure 1, the Westgarty figure 1, to which I've taken you, CSL 10, we've done that, and you can see inland of that the fairly vast area of CSL 3, moorland slopes and hills. But you can see that down towards Brora, there were separate classifications in 1998 of small farms and crofts, CSL 15, and then an urban area of a town. So we can see the pattern of landscape character areas there.
Yes.
The reason I raise this is that the Landscapes of Scotland, to which I've already taken you, and I've taken you to Area 9, was devised by then SNH in the context of that landscape character assessment of 1998, wasn't it? The background landscape character assessment was the 1998 one in 2012.
That's correct.
So we can see that piece of land along the coast, CSL 10, broadly, not to be too precise, broadly equates to Area 9, omitting the area around Brora and then down towards Lochfleet and the Donauwörth, which is treated somewhat differently. But along the relevant stretch of coast, by which I mean from south of Brora up to Helmsdale, Area 9 broadly equates to CSL 10. Correct?
Yes, insofar as one can judge without measuring it off the lack of a legible base map underneath the thumbnail on the Landscapes of Scotland hinders us slightly.
Note the word broadly.
Yes.
Then if you turn with what we've just gone through in your mind's eye to CD 1.4, figure 6.4, we see the NLCA.
If you could bear with me for a moment.
Of course, yeah.
So
do you not have any hard copy available to you? It would be helpful, frankly.
I don't know if I would be quicker with that if we have a hard copy. Then. Sorry, can you refresh me? CD 1.4.
Figure 6.4.
Oh, yes, sorry. I was ahead of you. I already had it open. Yes.
That's okay. So we're looking here at the landscape character types in the 35-kilometre study area. And those are landscape character types devised in the NLCA 2019, aren't they?
Yes.
So post-dating Landscapes of Scotland. And we can see that LCT 135 broadly, equates to what was CSL 3, and it's become known as Rounded Hills, Caithness and Sutherland. And then we come down to the coast, and what was the CSL 10, the coastal shelf, has become LCT 144. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And yet there is a difference, isn't there? And I suggest a material difference, in that whereas the area around Brora has now been synthesised, I think is the best word, from a variety of areas to become simply part of 144. As you go northeast along the coast, there's a considerable narrowing in NLCA 2019 of the area of LC 144 in comparison with the area defined in the 1998 assessment. Even using the word broadly, that is pretty obvious.
Yes.
Yes. The relevance of that we will come to, but you can see how it narrows as you go further towards, and it widens a bit around Lothbeg Point, and then narrows again as you come through Portgower and past Colgower Hill into the village of Helmsdale. You can see that.
Yes.
Right, thank you for that. Now, if we go to CD 311, to the Nature Scott response, and go to internal page 5 of that,
Sorry, could you give me the internal page number again?
5.
5, right, yeah.
They say in 3.2, and we've already been here in detail, so I can go through it quickly, that the second last line, Nature Scott do not consider that the LVIA adequately captures the degree effects on the regional character of the East Sutherland coast. And there's a note 6 there, isn't there? And go down to the bottom, and glory be, we have the reference to landscapes of Scotland. So we know we're talking about the Area 9.
Yes.
That's what they're talking about in that note. Noting, though, I think to be fair to your case, so I don't overstate mine, the last sentence of paragraph 3.3, where, whether it confuses the matter or not, they say this relationship between a narrow corridor of land, strongly defined by inland hills to the west and the open sea to the east, is distinctive at a regional scale in Scotland. So they have two concepts of what is regional. One is the Area 9, and the second is the contrast. We see that.
Yes.
To be fair to your case there. In paragraph 3.5 on the next page, we then come to the conclusions that would result in significant adverse impacts on character of the sensitive coastal strip. Obviously we disagree, due to prominent citing of the proposal difficult to mitigate, etc. These impacts are relatively localised and are not considered to significantly affect the wider regional distinctive character. So while you record in paragraphs 22 to 24 of your inquiry report, while you record the views of NS perfectly correctly, I don't take issue with what you say they say. You cannot associate their conclusions with those of your council in relation to impacts on regional character. They don't take the same view, do they?
They do not make the same conclusion, no.
They do not take the view that Kintradwell would significantly affect the wider regionally distinctive character, do they?
That's what paragraph 3.5 says, yes, I agree.
And based on the planning history of this area, had they done so, had they said that Kintradwell would significantly affect the wider distinctive regional distinctive character, get the words in the right order, then it is at least probable that Nature Scott would have objected to Kintradwell on the same basis as they did to Westgarty.
That seems a reasonable conclusion. I would not wish to speak for them.
I understand that. So that would be a convenient moment to break for lunch.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trunick. 45 minutes, would that be sufficient? We come back at 25 to 2 or 20 to 2 around that time? Okay, thank you.
Ms. County, I'd like you to go to your inquiry report, please, paragraph 21. start in paragraph 21.
Yes.
You say that any large-scale onshore development would be difficult to accommodate in the overall composition of the coastal strip combination of landscape characters, without significantly detracting from its essential characteristics. The development does not succeed in this. I take it from what you say that your objection to this development, the position of Highland Council in relation to this development, is essentially locational. You don't think it would be possible to satisfactorily accommodate any wind farm in this location to the extent that any proposed turbines would be seen above the coastal strip. Is that fair?
I would not want to rule out the fact that there might be similar sites that might turn out to have more visual shielding, but in general it is a spatial locational objection.
Spatial locational objection. Thank you. Now, I'm following the principle of I've got 3 witnesses to cross-examine, and I'm not going to cover the same topic with more than 1 witness. So you get the coastal strip.
Too kind.
So I'm going to take you first to paragraph 38 of your inquiry report.
Yes.
And I'm not going to read it out. People just remind themselves in a moment's silence as to what paragraph 38 says. Tell me when you're ready.
Yes.
Thank you. That takes us to 2 maps. One is the large inquiry map. Now, you won't have that hard copy.
Do we have a hard copy?
Well, we've got a spare hard copy, don't worry.
Thank you very much.
I think you really do need the A2 hard copy rather than on screen. And the fact you've got a hard copy means you can turn electronically to the other map I want to go to, which is in CD14, figure 629. Now, we may succeed in this exercise just by reference to the inquiry map. Let's see how we go. This was a point which was...
could you bear with me a second longer? 1.4 and then figure...
Sorry, CD 629.
I'm sorry, I thought you said CD 1.4.
Figure 6.
It's CD 1.4, figure 6.
Right.
Yeah.
I do beg your pardon. This is... I have it.
Thanks very much. The topic here is one that was visited this morning in cross-examination of Ms. Horn, and that is the extent of new visibility of Kintradwell alone along the coastal strip within the SLA. That's what I'm exploring. Now, if we see on the inquiry map, we can see in pink dotted lines the boundary of the SLA, which starts on the north-east around about Garty Moor and then follows Strathella before departing inland around Bandoran down to the east of Kintradwell, between Kintradwell and Gordon Bush, and then goes south-west down towards the Kilbrara extension, and then finally south, curving round near Gosby and coming back northeast, not including Brora, it may be noted, and touching the coast again, more or less at the southern boundary of Kintradwell. You see the boundary there.
I do.
Now, the bit I'm concerned with initially is if we exit Brora on the A9 going north and you cross that dotted line and you travel along the A9 up to the other boundary of the SLA north of Port Gower. And I would suggest to you that along that stretch of A9, I think I'm right in saying there is absolutely no visibility of Kintradwell.
That's correct.
I think if you look at the inquiry maps all very well, sometimes the colours aren't quite as clear as if you look at CD14, packet 629, there is a bit of new visibility south of the A9 towards the coast around Lothbeg Point, but otherwise the road and rail corridor and almost the coast itself are free from any new visibility of Kintradwell. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
So when you refer in paragraph 38 of your inquiry report to new areas of visibility across the SLA where there is no wind farm visibility at present, notably across the eastern and central areas of the SLA, wherever those areas may be, they're not on the coast, are they?
They're not covering the A9 corridor on the coast, no.
No. Indeed, and, immediately south of the site, you don't get any visibility of Kintradwell until a distance north of the A9. In fact, I think that repeats as far up as Kilgour when you do start to get visibility close to the A9 to the north of that road. Is that broadly accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Going back to the inquiry map, let's look at visibility around Brora itself. If you go south of Brora on the A9 again, there is visibility. It's theoretical, but I think, having discussed matters with Ms Horn, theoretically more or less equals actual in this case because we're talking about landform rather than trees. You get visibility down as far as south of Dole, where landscape character type 142, I think it is, I hope I haven't got that wrong, meets 144.
Yes.
Broadly, that's correct. And then south of that, or rather southwest of that, going towards Golspie, we are again free of visibility until you get down towards Skelbo. Yeah.
Yes.
And in terms of settlements, Brora is the only settlement, I think, which gets any visibility of the proposed wind farm. That's correct.
If we're not counting Dole and the more scattered.
That's fair enough, including
area.
Dole and
Yeah.
Moscato. Greater Brora, put it that way. Okay. That's helpful, thank you. If we go now to CD 723A, which is the LCT document.
Yes.
You were there before me, I've lost mine. Excuse me a minute. can't find my copy. I found mine sometime. It's gone for the moment. You go to page 2 of 723A under the heading of landform. You've got that?
Yes.
Keep that to one side and go to your inquiry report at paragraph 17.
Yes.
In paragraph 17, you say the Rounded Hills LCT is a landscape whose key spatial role is providing separation between the settled coastal strip and the moorland interior. Now, I want to take that up with you in the context of what is said in 723, because the landscape character description under the heading of landform describes rolling moorland rising to form broad hills. Second sentence, there are several groups of hills within this landscape character type which have distinct identities. Now, let's just explore those groups with the inquiry map 11.3 in front of us. The first of those groups of hills, more subtly rolling hills and moorland, are calling northwest of Strath of Kildonan. That's clearly not us, I would think. That's not the area of Kintradwell. It may include Bandoran, but we're not talking about the area of Kintradwell there, are we?
No.
No. And then west of Lochshire, well, that's miles away. And then between Strathfleet and the Dawn at Firth, and that's miles away from Kintradwell. Some of these the hills fringing these more subdued areas are often prominent. I'm just being complete in quoting from this, prominent in views from adjoining settled straths and coastal areas. Then the second group is prominent coastal hills stretching from Lochfleet to Golspie. Again, not including the hills around Kintradwell, correct?
Correct.
And then the third group, occasionally more pronounced hills, provide a distinctive backdrop to the straths and include the diminutive Carroll Rock. Well, we see that in viewpoint 11, don't we?
Yes.
Looking down from Ben Horn, within Strathborough, and the significantly higher Bendoran and Craig Scalabsdale on either side of the Strath of Kildonan. So actually Bendoran is listed here rather than under the first group, but again not including the area precisely of Kintradwell. Agreed?
Agreed.
And then a group of substantially higher rounded hills lies in the Ben Armin Forest. Well, we're miles away from Kintradwell.
Correct.
Yep. Now, to be fair to your case, so I don't overstate mine, if we go to the next page under the heading of perception, it does note that peripheral rounded hills are often important in providing the setting and attractive backdrop of steep-sided heather-clad hills to settlements along the southern coast. I rehearsed that for completeness. Let's go to 723B, if we may. So we're now talking about coastal crops and small farms. And under the heading of perception, which is on internal page 3 of that particular bit, 723B, starts the various characteristics.
Yes.
Yeah. The various characteristics of this landscape create a complex visual composition with views tending to focus on detail of houses, field patterns and crops, yet with the wider context of backdrop hills and sea adding diversity to this landscape. So here we are talking about the area around Brora, aren't we?
Yes, I think.
It was LCT 144.
Yes.
And that's a fair description, I would say, in perception of the elements of the landscape visible in the area around Brewer and Dole, and from which Kintradwell might be seen.
Yes.
For completeness here again, if we go back to the key characteristics of LCT 144 and cast our eyes down the bullet points, you'll be familiar with these. Aside from areas which are way away from where we are now, such as the exposed east and north Caithness coasts, Dunbeath, Wick, etc., I would guess that most of these characteristics speak to a settled landscape through which the main communication routes run. That would be fair, wouldn't it?
Yes, with the obvious reference at the second last bullet point to it being a highly visible landscape seen from major roads and these southern coasts that but the rest of them are addressing the features.
That's fine.
Detailed.
The comparison, of course, is in the area north of Brewer. Still within LCT 144, and we might here refer back to, let me get the right figure out, CD 14 figure 6.4. We went to it before lunch.
Yes, I have that.
And you see there where the coastal shelf narrows. And the landscape there, although within 144, is less, apart from the communications corridor, less influenced by man. I suggest that's where you get the interaction. That's where the interaction, rather, between LCT 144 and 135 can be best appreciated. That sharp interaction between steep coastal hills and the coastal shelf. My suggestion is that's where you really appreciate it.
Sorry, could you reiterate? You said something about less human influence.
Sure, I'll repeat that. Could you
direct me to precisely where you were referring to with that?
Of course. As you go north of Brewer, and you can see on figure 6.4, the coastal shelf represented by LCT 144 starts to narrow.
Yes.
That is where human interaction starts to peter out, apart from the communications corridors. And you really start to appreciate that distinction between the steep hills immediately to your left travelling north and the coastal shelf. The abrupt transition is very evident there.
I would agree that the transition is most abrupt there. I would not agree that that's where you begin to appreciate a transition.
But I would suggest that, and we don't need a map for this, we can visualise it without any maps in front of us, that as you appreciate the transition, and yes, there is a transition from the coastal shelf to the hills, looking towards Kintradwell from the area of Brewer, it's much subtler, much more gentle, less distinct perhaps, than going further north where the coastal shelf narrows.
It's perhaps less concentrated. There is a somewhat greater distance, but it is still very much a view to the rising heather-clad slopes that are described in what or other location.
That's fair enough. But I'll put to you one more point here, that in terms of the foreground that you perceive in the area of Brewer, looking towards the transition, looking towards the hills, that foreground occupies attention far more. There's more of it. There's more complexity, as described before. There's more human influence. It influences your perception of what is behind in a way that doesn't happen when you move further north and the hills come towards the sea.
Yes, it's a layered landscape in which you can see different levels of human interaction.
Okay, that's fair enough. It's all right. If you go to your inquiry report, please, at paragraph 19.
Yes.
And I regret we have to come back to Landscapes of Scotland, but it's in another context. We've already rehearsed the Landscapes of Scotland map, the regionally distinctive coast. If we go back to CD 7.7, which are the Landscapes of Scotland maps.
Yes. And
we've already had a conversation about the landscape character assessments on which this was based and how things have moved on. We need to go back to that. If you go to Area 9 and look at the description of the Sutherland Cars and Coast, noting that these are supposed to be regionally distinctive landscapes, we can see a well-populated coastline comprising scattered across small villages amongst small fields and woods, bounded to the west by steeply rising moorland hills. Note steeply rising. Then the Dornochfirth and Kyla Sutherland penetrate deep into the hills of Ross and Sutherland, etc., etc. And then there's a reference below to the main road and railway squeezed between the hills and the sea. Rocky cliffs and open sandy bays, some backed by golf courses, one here at Brora, provide extensive seaward views. That's why I went through with you the area north of Brora. That's why I went through you before lunch, showing what had happened to this area here in LCT 144 and the boundary with 135. My suggestion is the essence of this regionally distinctive area is that part where you've got a narrow gap between the hills and the sea, where the communications corridor is cramped, where you can't escape the fact you've got steep hills to your left. That's the essence of this area.
That is certainly a description of one part of it. I wouldn't agree that it was the essence of it. I think the essence of this is that it's the combination of things, and it doesn't exclude the areas where the coastal strip is wider.
Well, that's a point of disagreement, and the reporter can note that. That's our view. Area 7, if you go back to that, so we see what Nature Scott had to say about Area 7 of Sutherland. Extensive open peatlands and hills, immense space remoteness. You can read it yourself. My point being that in neither of the descriptions of Area 7 or 9 is anything made, so far as I can see, tell me if I'm wrong, of a visual connection between the two areas, as opposed to what is said, and I acknowledge is said, about LCT 135 and 144. This document makes no such visual connection, does it?
No.
No.
Just checking my reference.
Of course.
Is the Landscapes of Scotland map.
That's it.
It's the descriptions 1 to 10 rather than just the map itself.
Yeah,
it
good
has
point.
little inset maps, but also has the descriptions.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well said. It's CD 77 anyway is where you find it. So if we then go to CD 729, which is a single page document with which Mr. Finlay is recently familiar.
I beg your pardon, can you repeat the reference?
Of course, 729.
Right, that's the one there.
Tell me when you're there.
Yes.
Thanks. Are you there, sir? Yes. Now, this, to give context to it, is a document procured from Nature Scott in the context of a recent inquiry in Aberdeenshire. And it's an internal email from Sarah Fletcher, who I'm sure you know, of Nature Scott, to others within Nature Scott. And you can see the heading, it's Glendy. And NIP National Interest Panel. So this was one of a number of documents which was procured by the applicant in connection with the NatureScot objection to Glendy, trying to find out what happened internally. Here Sarah Fletcher says, I purposely stepped back from Landscapes of Scotland work which you refer to, primarily from my experience of Westgarty and comments from the NIP for this development. At that time, it was felt too much reliance was put on this work, which was carried out internally by SNH landscape professionals. The National Interest Panel asked us to focus on the underpinning landscape character assessment work, which has gone through a far more rigorous process. Would you associate yourself with that comment in terms of what we've just been through, that Landscapes of Scotland maps, frankly, don't add a lot of value to what's in the LCAs when it comes to inquiry?
I won't make any comment on the particulars of what Sarah Fletcher has said in regard to Nature Scotland's position as something that was in the public sphere and which we've made reference to before and which has been part of discussion about wind farm development in this area before. It still seems to me to be of value in that it identifies that this part of the Sutherland coast has an identity that is composed of a range of landscape character types, and that is separate. And indeed, as you say, it doesn't have a direct visual connection to much of the interior, that there is a separation, and I think there is value in that more broad brush technique which they took with their heuristic and iterative process of coming up with these boundaries, that it was something that was developed both from the more rigorous landscape character assessments and descriptions, as well as people's personal experiences and understanding of the landscape. And I still think it has value in drawing those broader brush areas.
That's a very fair defence. And I think the word you used there, which I found interesting, is intuitive. It's not
I didn't say intuitive, sorry. I said heuristic and iterative.
Heuristic, okay, fair enough.
Iterative.
I must say, iterative, that was the word. But it's not a rigorous process, is it? It's a number of NatureScot people going out into the field, and I would say it is intuitive. It's what you feel about a landscape as opposed to what you analyse of a landscape.
I think Mr. Trenick's straying too far, asking this witness to comment about the extent of NatureScot's preparation of a map, which he's had no involvement in.
Well, the reason I'm going there is that NatureScot have founded their definitions of what is of regionally distinctive character on Landscapes of Scotland, so I think I'm entitled to pursue some questions.
I disagree wholeheartedly with the premise of the question then, because having represented NatureScot, both Glendy and Westgarty, they didn't find their case on that premise. They used the Landscapes of Scotland map as a starting point. It's a different issue.
Well, we've been through CD 311 here, and it's quite clear from that note 6 that it is precisely Landscapes of Scotland on which they found their description of a regionally distinctive character for the purposes of this inquiry and indeed for the purposes of Westgarty. But we can agree to disagree. May I ask this one last question? What do you say?
What question am I particularly answering at the moment? I got slightly lost in the thread there.
Mr. Finlay succeeded because I can't remember the question now, so we'll leave it and move on. Good intervention. Go to your inquiry report, please, at paragraph 20.
Yes.
The development's design does not successfully resolve its influence on these local landscape compositions, the one you describe in paragraph 19. In relation to the coastal corridor, the turbines would be seen to be out of purpose. Because we know what it says, we've rehearsed this a number of times. Reverting to a point I put to you earlier in a slightly different context, what design on this site could successfully resolve the influence of a wind energy development on the local landscape compositions to which you refer?
I I'm not a wind farm designer. I don't have access to the tools they use in doing iterative design, but I don't think that any design on this site, which was, you know, when you say on this site, there is a limit to what variation could be brought to bear within the boundaries of the site, and it seems unlikely to me that any development of current commercial wind turbine models could be brought to bear on this site without creating some of these effects.
That's fair answer.
I don't want to speculate on whether you might.
No,
move
and I
them
wouldn't
east or
expect you
west.
to. But it comes back to the point of location in terms of your approach. That would be correct, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yes. Digging into this issue in a little more detail, if we go to Francis Horne's A3 appendices, do we have a spare copy of these? Hard copy? I'm just seeing if we've got a hard copy for you, it might be easier.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, off you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to a series of viewpoints in a minute to illustrate the issue I'm putting to you. But if we look at the map A32 within that document,
Yes.
the relief tells a story, doesn't it, that in the area south of Kintradwell and going towards Brora, you've got that which we've already rehearsed and discussed. You've got that fairly broad coastal plain leading to the foot slopes of the hills, put it that way, leading higher up. Then there are two summits, two hilltops, behind which are the hills on which Kintradwell sits. That's very broadly put, but would you agree?
Yes.
Whereas if we go towards Westgarty in that area, you've got that narrow shelf, and then you've got the steeply rising hills up to where Westgarty is, with no intervening hills.
I think the scale of this map makes it difficult to make that assertion. There are lower summits in more detailed maps when you zoom in on that area, I believe.
To be fair, you'll probably refer to Coolgower Hill, won't you?
That'll be the one.
That'll be the one you refer to. Well, I'll probably be examining that later with Michelle Bolger, so I won't stray on that territory, because I'll explore Westgarty with her rather than with you. Looking at Kintradwell itself, and against that background of gradual steep, that comparison, let's go to viewpoint 1, if you would, and I'd like you to go to the Nature Scott series, CD 112. Do we have a spare set of that? Is yours marked up? Okay. We're going to get you a hard copy, so I think it's going to be a bit easier for you.
Appreciate that.
Now, you need two documents in front of you, which is why I'm glad you've now got a hard copy. The Nature Scott visualisations and Francis Horne's A3 appendices. You've got a hard copy of both of those?
Yes.
I have, yes. I'm
You
just
have.
going to ask if Ms Cowling could move her microphone to the side of your laptop, and perhaps a little bit of difficulty picking up what you're saying.
My apologies. Does that work better?
Thank you.
If I'm conscious that I keep turning away from you.
If we go to viewpoint 1, at Dole. We can note the foreground of LCT 144, trees, more complex composition, houses in the distance. And then we can see in the photograph the hills rising behind. And I suggest, putting the point briefly, that whether you look at the wireline or you turn over to sheet 3, perhaps sheet 3 is good here, what you see is a gently rolling hill formation. Nothing dramatic about it, simply a gently rolling hill formation as a skyline. Would that be your appreciation?
They are gently rolling hills which rise from a much flatter coastal strip.
And a fairly strong horizontal emphasis along that skyline. That's a silly point to put. In some ways, all skylines are horizontal. But what I mean is that as you look from left to right, yes, of course, there are interlocking hills, but the general theme is of a horizontal emphasis. You haven't got hills like Ben Smirrel or other conical type features. You've got a broadly horizontal composition.
I would describe it as an undulating skyline rather than a horizontal one.
I will go with that. That's good.
Horizontality, the strongest horizontal feature in this view is the built forms that are visible beneath the wind farm development in the view.
Okay, then I tell you I'd take you to Francis Horne's appendices. Now I want you to go to Appendix 2. Now these are design evolution figures and wirelines. And if you turn over the pages, you get to viewpoint 1. And you've got represented there a series of iterations. There's figure 9, initial layout, figure 10, the scoping layout, figure 11, design iteration 3, and figure 12, design freeze. In other words, that was what was submitted. And I'm addressing design here. Ask you to accept that in terms of the breadth of the array, the reduction in vertical angles subtended above the horizon, and the relationship of the design to the hills, a great deal was achieved between, I won't go to the initial design because that's always simply a resource design, between the scoping layout and the design freeze. A lot has been achieved there.
Yes, I agree.
So what we have in the design freeze in the submitted version are limited to 4 hubs and 5 hubs maybe, and a few tips.
6 hubs? Perhaps. But certainly fewer than at the scoping.
Yeah, that's fine. It'll do. But not good enough so far as you're concerned, I'm afraid. Obviously, that's why we're here. And what would have been good enough from this viewpoint, from your perspective? My suggestion is to see nothing at all.
That is why we're here. Sorry.
That's all right.
I think it's difficult to take any given viewpoint in isolation and say what would make this one acceptable, because it is taken in the whole and it's taken as you travel through the area and move around the area. So,
nevertheless,
it would have been more acceptable where it further contained in horizontal spread, where there are more consistency in the hub heights as they're read from here, so that they were related more consistently to the horizon. There are a number of design factors that you could address.
I don't. it'd be unfair to push. I'm not asking you to redesign the scheme. We've got the scheme we have before us. But my constant point I'm putting to you throughout at the end of all this is whether you look at viewpoint 1 or 2. We don't need to go to 2. We know what it says from Brora. 3. It doesn't matter. The only thing that would satisfy your concerns would be the virtual elimination or the actual elimination of all views from those viewpoints of the wind farm. Because of the importance that you see of the interaction between the visual interaction, the landscape interaction between the coastal shelf and the hills.
Certainly, I would not want to have the extent of visibility that's currently presented.
All right. I mean, does that apply also? Let's go to viewpoint 15. So here we are at 27 kilometres thereabouts. It's a viewpoint that you don't find significant in visual terms. That's common.
Bear with me. 15, did you say?
15, that's it, yeah. And yet, in your inquiry report, and we'll come to it later, you draw our attention to the drive towards Tabernas going along that coast road and make comments about Kintradwell in that context. I mean, do you find the perception of turbines on the horizon between Ben Smarrel and Ben Doran? Is it Ben Doran? It is Ben Doran. Offensive from that viewpoint as well?
Sorry, can I just double check I'm on the right viewpoint? 15 Port Mahomet.
That's the one.
Yes. Yes, I think they're unduly prominent on the landform and detract from the primacy of the higher ground and the hills defining the coastal strip.
Okay, I mean, that's a useful calibration question. So at 27 kilometres, you make that finding?
Yes.
Fair enough. Addressing the SLA now, if you go to CD 725, put away some of my stuff. 725, which is the assessment of Highland SLAs. And we go to internal page 52.
Yes.
We see the description of the SLA and the key characteristics. And then on page 53, we see the special qualities.
Yes.
So let's stick at page 53 and also take up your inquiry report at paragraph 29. Would it be right that at paragraph 29 you set out the special qualities that you feel it's relevant to discuss in the context of your concerns about this development?
Yes.
Right. Integrated combination of landforms. Now, if we go under special qualities, we have historic features, and those are not cited by anybody. We've got the integrated combination of landforms and accessible yet secluded glens and lochs, which don't get a mention either. So the focus, so far as you are concerned, is on integrated combination of landforms, and within that you've got 4 bullet points of explanations of the special quality.
Yes.
You only, I think, rely on 3 of those explanations for the purposes of your evidence.
That's correct.
The second one, many small, often linear settlements lie to the northwest of the A9, etc., that doesn't make an appearance. I guess because Brora is the settlement and Brora is not within the SLA.
Yes, that would probably be the reason. I was going with the ones I felt most strongly about with relation to this application.
I narrow things down this way because I want to be clear that we've got 3 special qualities of this SLA with the various explanations attached to each. Your case is founded on 1 out of 3 special qualities and 3 out of 4 of the explanations relating to that quality. That's what we have.
That's correct.
Right. If you go to your inquiry report at paragraph 31,
yes.
Mr. Finlay will think I've gone back to Murray in a moment when I say this, that you say the hills of the SLA have landmark qualities. If we go back to the SLA document and look at key characteristics or special qualities, I have to say I don't find any reference on either page to there being the hills having landmark qualities. First of all, what do you mean by landmark qualities?
I mean that they are distinctive in their role in the landscape and recognisable from a distance and important to the composition of landscapes that are experienced.
Yeah. You see, we went just now to viewpoints 1 and 2 and we observed the undulating skyline. And we also went, and we might go back just for one more time, to viewpoint 15, where you get a long-distance appreciation of the hills in the area, and including those within the SLA. Yes, you have Ben Doran, and then a long plateau going south to Ben Smarrell, which doesn't appear so conical in this view. And going north, still within the SLA, to, I can't remember which hill that is. What is the one north of Ben Doran?
Sorry, what was the...
Which is the hill, the higher hill north of Ben Doran? I'll find it for myself. We're on your local knowledge here. Never mind.
Anyway, at this precise moment, I wouldn't rely on my recollection.
That's okay. And then going south of Ben Smarrell, obviously, once you get to further south, you pass outside the SLA, broadly speaking. That's correct, isn't it? So Ben Braggy is just outside the SLA. I think. No, it's just inside.
It's inside.
Just inside, yes, isn't it? You're right. So Ben Braggy, which you can see to the left there, with the monument just visible on top, is within the SLA.
Yes.
Right. My point to you is this, that although you might say that certainly Ben Braggy, the hill to the right of it, with a steeper slope, are landmarks, otherwise I struggle to see landmark hills within the SLA, at least from this viewpoint.
My view would be not that there are a host of individually named hills that are each in their own right landmarks, but that the presence of that ridge of hills paralleling the coastline does in itself have a landmark quality. If you're describing the area to someone, it is something to which you would draw attention in your description of it. And in the view from Port Mahoma, it's clear that those forms are something that you can refer to in the landscape. If you were describing that to someone, you could describe that plateau. They are differentiated from the sweeping moorland and flows. They're differentiated from the small farms and crofts and the coastal strip, and that in itself is a landmark quality. So I don't say that every individual hill within them is a landmark, but there are landmark qualities to be found in the range of hills collectively. And I think it's also relevant that landmark qualities express themselves differently in your proximity to the feature. If you're right close up against something so that it forms the whole wall, you perhaps don't regard it as a landmark so much as just part of the environment you're in, but particularly when you're looking in from more of a distance, there are landmark qualities.
Perhaps the difference between us is what we mean by landmark. That my suggestion is that in terms of there being prominent landmarks, notable landmarks, we don't get those within this SLA. Nevertheless, there are recognisable hills from various directions in the general context of a gently undulating series of hilltops.
They are. My use of undulating was particularly in reference to the skyline as seen from Dol. That doesn't hold as my description from every viewpoint.
No, not when you're inland, I agree. And I'm focusing on the coastal experience in my questions to you. I want to take you to your inquiry report of paragraph 33. This is where you talk about Donnock Bridge viewpoint 16, and we've been there before in the context of the landscape sensitivity appraisal. This is that bridge, and it's 30 kilometres from Kintradwell. It's not noted as a gateway in Landscapes of Scotland, but it is noted as a gateway in the supplementary guidance. Correct?
Correct.
And you claim a significant effect from that viewpoint. Is that correct?
Certainly claim that it's a more significant effect than recognised in the EIA.
To be fair, let's just check that. Do you actually claim it is a significant impact? Right, thank you. But you're referring here to the gateway experience rather than simply being a viewpoint. Is that the importance you attribute to this particular viewpoint?
I was making reference to the fact that that is a factor that Highland Council has identified about that location in other work, and that therefore can be regarded as lending an additional layer of sensitivity to the location rather than purely being a point on the road.
Okay, the reason I'm raising it is actually nothing to do with the gateway. It is in the NSA, but you're not making an NSA point there, are you?
I'm not making an NSA point.
Thank you very much. That's okay. This is going to be a complex point to make. Let's hope we get to it. Paragraph 36 of the inquiry report. And you also have in front of you the inquiry map.
Yes.
And you'll need to have that part of the map in front of you to the south of Brora. Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
You say visibility of the development will then be absent from around 10 kilometres. So that's the bit coming north through Strathfleet to Golspie.
Yes.
Until it is experienced as the A9 emerges from the woodlands close to the eastern edge of the Dunrobin Castle Garden design landscape area, and the transition from the coastal farmlands and woodlands to the more open LCT 144, where the combination of coastal strips and coastal hills is appreciated. So if we go to the inquiry map, I think we can easily pinpoint where you are, because that's where those landscape types, where that boundary is. That's where you emerge from those woods, isn't it?
Approximately, yes.
If I quote from, without going to it, from the LCT 135 description on page 2, prominent coastal hills which stretch from Lockfleet to Golspie are not only appreciated but are noted in the LCA as having a distinct identity. I'm sure you recognise those words.
Yes.
Those hills are the coastal hills including Benbraggie. That's correct, isn't it?
Including Benbraggie, yes.
Is that group of hills around there, not further north, that group there? And it's those hills that travellers are leaving at the entrance to LCT 144, at which point they enter, and I quote again from 723B, the complex visual composition of that LCT 144. That's the transition you make at that point, isn't it?
Right, if you can just give me a moment.
Of course.
When you took me to 135, you said we didn't need to look it up, and I took you at your word. But now that I have it in front of me, could you just take me to the words that you asked me if I recognised?
Yes, I will.
I did. I just want to double check that I have a proper recollection. Oh, it was the bullet point, a series of prominent coastal hills.
Second bullet point
yes.
under landform, prominent coastal hills. So
yes, I agree that's addressing the hills between Lockfleet and Golspie.
Correct. But it's those hills that you are leaving behind you at the point where you come out of LCT 142 into LCT 144. So you're entering at that point the more complex visual composition of the coastal LCT 144.
Yes.
That'd be correct.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I just want to finally put some points to you on your evidence on significant landscape character effects. Really to clarify things more than anything, I'm not going to get you to change your mind. If you go to your inquiry report at paragraphs 13 to 15, you might also get in front of you Frances Horn's, you've got her A3 document by hard copy now. If you go to A4, and you can also use that map A4 to see the landscape character type boundaries. Actually, I think we need to use one more plan here, and that is credit to Michelle Bolger. She's got a good plan we can go to. If I can find it. You passed me her map of the landscape character plan. Sorry, well, casting around for a plan which I had, which has been irretrievably lost.
So should I be looking up a reference at this moment?
I've got it, I found it. It's on, you've managed to got the A3 series, Michelle Bolger.
Oh, right, yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's her figure 6.5. And the reason I go there is that that has a very clear subdivision of 135A, B, C and D. Okay?
Yes.
Let's start out with, first of all, rehearsing what you say in your inquiry report. Paragraph 14, while the applicants recognise significant effects out to 4 km on the rounded hills LCT, this only reflects effects experienced within 135A. You can see that on Michelle Bolger's map, sir. That's the host landscape character area of the type. Then in relation to 135B and D, you say in 15, you get a reduction in the homogeneity of the landscape across the units, undermining cohesion of the grouped LCAs out to a radius of 15 kilometres. We can leave that there. Going to the map, we don't have any issues, do we, in relation to LCT 135C to the north east?
No.
No issues there. You don't claim effects there. Looking at B, which is the area southwest of Brora.
Yes.
Which contains Kilbrower Hill, for example. So it contains Benbraggie, I mean, my apologies. If you look at the visibility of that on the inquiry map of that LCA rather, of the LCT, you see Benbraggie, you see the boundaries on the inquiry map of LCT 135B. My suggestion is that visibility within that area is extremely limited. It's limited to the landform of Benbraggie itself, isn't it?
Yes.
And I suggest to you that it's an overclaim to say that there will be significant landscape character effects on that area of LCT 135, on the B area.
The B or the D area? I think you're asking about the D.
Yes, you asked about B originally, but said contained Benbraggie.
D.
So
yeah, Benbraggie
that's D.
D. Yep. And we were talking about a greater distance from Kintradwell than LCT 135C is to the northwest. And yet you find significant effects on the landscape character area, that area of the type. It surprises me.
The areas D, B and A being divided by narrower, steeper glens, I think there is a greater degree to which the continuity of the view across them when you are at locations such as Benbraggie, that the fact that the visibility of them, they don't necessarily read as separated by the glen, so there's a greater continuity.
Sorry, get me wrong. Greater continuity from B to D to A, looking for a higher level.
Yes, with the...
don't quite follow you, I have to say.
It's okay, I'm just pausing to think of a different way to express it. The visibility was limited to the higher ground of area D. Is visibility of the higher number of turbines than the perhaps more widely spread visibility from area A. And with the fact of Benbraggie itself being a very well visited and very popular location, that there is some of the degree of sensitivity of the appreciation of the landscape character is judged from how many receptors, and I appreciate, let me express it. Let me re-express. The
course.
the fact that there is perception of much more of the turbines and in much more of the totality of the development when experienced from the points to the southwest rather than the northeast create a different level of effect.
All right. But I suggest that all you've said then is talking about a visual effect rather than a landscape character effect.
Landscape character effects are appreciated in part through what you can see of them.
Got that.
And the continuity of the landscape character type is something that is readily perceived visually, and that the loss of homogeneity in creating such prominent development on the higher ground within the host occurrence is something that has a knock-on effect in reducing the similarity between those smaller, higher areas.
Okay. And I'd guess you, so as to avoid going through it again, that you would say the same about Area B to the northwest of 135. To summarise, you're not really making a point that 135B or D.
B isn't to the northwest. Sorry, you've lost me slightly.
B, yes it is. B is to the northwest of D.
Oh, of D, yes.
Yep.
Well, northeast.
You make the same point. What I'm gathering from what you're saying is that you're not claiming that each individual area, if you look at it as an individual area, and it's not part of the same type, there are different types, say, they're not individually affected. It's the crossover between the different areas of the same types which is causing you concern.
Yeah, it's a secondary effect by the time you're out to B and D. So it's an effect on how they work together.
Okay, I understand. We agree to disagree, but I understand your point, and I'm grateful to you for...
Thank you.
That was a good explanation. And so far as 135A is concerned, I hesitate to ask you, because I'll probably ask you to make your case rather than cross-examining on it. You don't actually tell us anywhere the extent to which you do see significant landscape character effects within Area A. You have a broad 15K estimation, but in terms of Area A, we know that Mr. Wheeler perceives significant visual effects from viewpoint 5 on top of a hill I'm not going to attempt to pronounce. How far out do you see landscape character effects extending within that area of the unit, of the type? That's a 13K, that hill. Or maybe a bit less. You see, my suggestion is to you, let me close the point rather than just opening an open question, which was an invitation, is that actually the landscape character effects broadly extend about 4 kilometres out from the wind farm. You've then got an area lacking any visibility at all until you get to the area of Craggy and on then to viewpoint 5. But at that distance, you get significant visual effects, but not landscape character effects. So having closed the question, what's your answer?
That just give me a moment. I think that I wouldn't claim effects in the area where there is where you would not perceive the wind energy development. But I think similarly to what I was hoping to explain for 135D and 135B, there is an effect where you are from within one part of the landscape character area to another. It's reduces the degree to which the landscape character is consistent across the area, but I would, because A is itself more extensive, it's a different nature of effect from the smaller areas, which are uncharacteristically small for the type because of the way it's broken up by the intervening valleys. It's an expansive landscape character type, so it requires a slightly different approach to thinking about it when you're looking at the very small areas.
So you wouldn't accept that the intervention of Gordon Bush in between, to the north west of Kintradwell, mitigates the landscape character effect from greater distances within the LCT 135A, area A of that type?
No,
which is our
With
proposition.
the location, as we've rehearsed before, of the existing landscape character, the existing development being on a boundary of landscape character types. Thank you for taking me back to that point, that the presence of those ones in view from 5 does reduce the distinctiveness of the landscape.
I missed that. Does
reduce the distinctiveness of the landscape character of rounded hills. When you see development that is set squarely within the rounded hills in conjunction with development that's in that boundary area.
All right. Well, that's clarified. I can see where we disagree in relation to that. That's useful. Ms. Caroline, thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you.
Ms. Caroline, I just have one question. It's actually more of a clarification. I wonder if you could expand upon the point you're seeking to get across in the second half of paragraph 20 of your inquiry report. This is where you discuss the prospect of seeing the proposed development from the higher reaches of Strathborough, with reference to viewpoints 8 and 9. It's your use of the phrase emphasises the discontinuity in the final sentence. I wasn't entirely sure what the point you were making there.
If you'll just give me a moment to refresh my memory of the sentence.
Please do.
Remind myself which viewpoint. I'm talking about the discontinuity in the siting of the proposed development with the existing developments. Discontinuity may not have been the absolutely apposite word. Contrast in the siting, that one is sited much higher in the landscape, much more seen in association with the skyline and with the more distinctive landform features that have been discussed previously, Ben Smerrill, as opposed to the existing development, which is much more on the side slopes and much more tucked in, and I feel there's a strong contrast between those, that they're very different character to the positioning of the development in the landscape.
Okay, thank you. So contrast rather than discontinuity.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Finlay.
Yes, thank you. So I have a few questions. Karen, can we keep the plan of figure 6.5 in mind, where we have in Ms. Bolger's appendices, where we have areas 1, 5, 3, 5, A, B and D, but if you keep that in mind but not in front of you, what I want you to take up is if you can be given, if someone could be so kind as to give you CD 1.4, which is the figures section of the original EIA.
I regret that's the only thing we haven't got an extra copy of, but
I have the files.
If you've got the file, if we could start off with figure 614.
Mine's unmarked.
Blade tip ZTV Southwest
Yes,
Quadrant.
I'm very happy for. Yeah.
No, just give that hard copy.
Get a hard copy one, I think.
All right, thank you.
Do you have figure 614? It should be blade tip ZB up to 35 kilometres southwest quadrant.
Yes.
So might be better if we. So this is asking you primarily about areas D and B, and one can see if one orientates oneself on figure 614 to Golspie, and then immediately to the sort of west of that, slightly northwest of that, is Ben Braggy, and there is the limited area of visibility that you were explaining, agreeing in fact with my own friend Mr. Trenick, in that area 135D.
Yes, it does extend as far as Ben Lundy rather than just the form of Ben Braggy.
Absolutely. So that's the first point. There's that area. Now, what I would like you to do is to keep that open, because we're going to come back to that.
Which figure was that?
614, my apologies. Very kind of you to disarm yourself from the hard copy. And turn to viewpoint 12. One of the other advantages of Mr. Bolger's plan is it's got the viewpoints marked on it. Using the SNH visualizations. So in Ben Braggy at viewpoint 12. Now, using either the wire lines or the photo montage at sheet C, bearing in mind the point that I think you and Mr. Trinick agreed about, that landscape impact shouldn't be directly equated with visual impact. Could you explain, using those both the visibility and the visualizations, why you think there is a landscape impact extending that far?
What you see in sheet C quite usefully shows that you're looking across the layered landscapes. You're seeing the proposal in the host occurrence, which is area A, and then you're seeing that across the top of the intervening area
D.
B.
Yeah.
And you're seeing that from the host area, from the viewpoint location, which is within area D. So how you experience that landscape is that you have the awareness that there's a landscape character that applies to the higher ground and not to the lower ground, and that is distinct from what you see elsewhere. And that in populating that higher ground with turbines, that sets it apart from the other instances of the landscape character, particularly in 135B, but also from within D. So it reduces the homogeneity of the landscape due to the dominance of the development in the parts of area A which are visible from area D.
Thank you. And if we then move to area B, and we can locate where Ben Horn is, and indeed Kilbrow, and one can see there's a greater extent of visibility in area B. But if I ask you to do the same with the sheet C from Ben Horn before you as well, in terms of the landscape impact, you say extending to area B.
Yes, I think it's very clear from this viewpoint, as you see the existing development, which sits on that transitional area between sweeping moorland and flows, and you can see that it does kind of sweep in from the left of the view, and then starts to rise as it meets the rounded hills landscape character type, that you reduce the distinctiveness between those two types as you see the upper ground occupied by wind-ended development in the more central location in the rounded hills, which in turn sets that apart from the same landscape character type, the same landscape character area occurrence. It creates a division, so rather than feeling that there's a continuity of the landscape which you're in, which you're viewed from, a continuity across that higher ground, it's set apart and it's linked more closely to the more interior landscapes of the sweeping moorland and flows, because it's just breaking up that continuity of experience of the landscape character on the higher ground of the coastal ridge.
Thank you. And we can put that visualisation to the side. Now, Area A is partly covered by figure 614, and one just has to ignore the depiction of wind turbines on the underlying Ordnance Survey sheet because they're grossly inaccurate. But if you turn to figure 615, you get a much better appreciation of the extent of Area A and the visibility in Area A, extending out to, amongst other places, viewpoint 5. And the question that Mr. Trinick first put to you was, in terms of Area A, where do you see the significant effects extending to in terms of this, or where in this quadrant, in terms of the significant landscape effects from Kintradwell, do you contend that the significant effects extend to? My apologies, that was a 3 o'clock in the afternoon question. Where do you see the significant effects extending to in Area A?
I would say that significant effects experienced do forgive me, as you said, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I think they're more extensive than identified in the LVIA.
We know in the LVIA they extend, well, they're accepted to extend up to 4 kilometres, which is not far off the first circle, dotted circle on this plan, although that no doubt be taken, I think, from the, looks like to be taken from the centre rather than from the closest wind turbine.
Yeah, I apologise. I'm just struggling slightly to without the boundaries on the visibility map. I would say that there were that the significant effects would be felt from considerably further out, and probably as far as the location of viewpoint 5.
Okay. Now, you can put those or that away. That's landscape effects. You go back to the start of cross-examination. You were asked a number of questions about Area 9. That's in the Landscapes of Scotland map. Area 9 extends and we can go to it if we need be, but I think hopefully I can leave you with it. It extends a significant extent further than the area we're looking at. It goes as far north as Leicester.
It is an extensive area, yes.
And so perhaps just...
In fact, it's not completely contained within the thumbnail map on the document where we're taken to. So you need to go to the Landscapes of Scotland map rather than the Landscapes of Scotland descriptions 1 to 10 to see the full extent of it on the map.
And the...
Sorry, Ms Finney, can I get clarification of that? Because that's...
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the... I do beg your pardon. I'm looking at the thumbnail for 7, not 9. Let me get to the right page. Right, I do apologise.
So in terms of how that Area 9 interacts with the landscape character areas, certainly as they were at the time of West Garty, so you'll find those in Figure 1 of the CD 11.8 Roman numeral 2, which I'm not going to ask you to turn to, but it's cross-hatched in there.
Yes. I have that up.
There's certainly been a simplification of the landscape character areas between then and now. Right. So those 2 points. You were... You were taken then to the landscape character descriptions. First of all, for landscape character type 135, which is 723A. And the first key characteristic is rolling hills forming broad, subtly rounded summits, but with some more pronounced hills also occurring, those offering features steeper slopes truncated by glens. You see that?
Yes.
And then there are a number of questions about the groups of hills with distinct identities, and I think it was agreed between yourself and Mr Trinick that the area of Kintradwell didn't form part of groups of hills with distinctive identities.
That's correct.
But what's the relevance, if any, in your view, the fact that Kintradwell doesn't sit on a specifically identified group of hills with a distinct identity, if it sits within hills forming broad, subtly rounded summits, which I think you and Mr Trinick also agreed on?
I think that's leading quite a bit there. I really do.
Do you remember viewpoint 1 at Dole? I rather understood you, Mr Trinick, to be putting to you that the skyline there was composed of broad, subtly rounded summits. But I may have misunderstood that. And I thought you'd agreed with that. But looking at the views from Dole or Embrora, how do the rolling hills there appear in your view?
They appear as a significant landscape containment. They are the defining feature that lies between the coastal strip and the interior, which is mainly sweeping moorlands and flows. And it's due to the presence of those hills that there is a strong visual connection between the two areas of Landscapes of Scotland that I was taken to. And what you experience from Brora is both direct views towards the hills in which you see that there's a certain complexity, there are rolling hills as described, and you also have views to up and down the coast where you get a different angle on the views and have views to some of the more distinct, more specifically distinct hills that are called out in the later part of the landscape character description.
Okay, thank you. I think it was put to you, and apologies to Mr. Trinick if I paraphrase incorrectly, that the essence of the regionally distinctive area in this location is the narrow gap north of Brora, where the golf course ends, or just beyond that to Helmsdale. Is that a feature of Miss Horne's evidence that you recognise? That's the essence of the regionally distinctive area? Have you seen that case being put before it was put to you this afternoon?
Not that I recall.
No. And lastly, you were taken to CD 725. You needn't go to it again, but Mr. Trinick carried out a mathematical exercise with you. You confirmed that you were concerned with only 1 out of the 3 special qualities and only 3 out of the 4 explanations of that one special quality. Is a mathematical approach the appropriate way to approach assessing impact on a special landscape area?
Absolutely not.
And why do you say that?
Because each carries its own relevance. It was pointed out that nobody had taken this to any of the historic special qualities, because you go to the ones which are pertinent to the development in question, to the aspect of the landscape and character that you are looking at, and whether that is 1 or 6 is immaterial. The special qualities all carry their weight, and you look at the ones that are appropriate to the development under discussion.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions in re-examination. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that would be an appropriate point to have a break, reviving cup of tea, I'm sure. Shall we take 15 minutes? That will allow Mr. Whelan to set up from the witness stand. Okay, if we come back at 25 past 2. Thank you. 25 past 3, sorry.
Thank you. My next witness is Peter Whelan. Just going to wait until...
Yes, please do.
My next witness is Peter Whelan, who's a principal planner with the Highland Council Strategic Projects team. And Mr. Whelan, is that correct? And were you the author of the handling report?
That's correct, Mr. Finlay, thanks.
And your evidence today is going to be restricted to visual impact evidence. I'm not going to ask you to read your recognition or any part of your report. Note briefly that you sent an email with some corrections towards the end of last week. I want to start by picking up 2 points in response to Ms. Horne by reference to your report. So if you have your report, which is CD 12.4, and turn to, I think it's para 3.1. Prepare myself. You refer in 3.1 to EIR table 4.1, but should that be, in fact, a reference to table 5.1 in CD 1.11, to which attention was drawn this morning in cross-examination of Ms Horn.
That's correct. In drafting the recognition, I failed to recollect that we had asked the applicant for further clarification on the matrix of significant effects that they were using in undertaking the LVIA. So as part of that request, they then submitted additional information in 2021, which contained a new matrix which helped explain the range of potential significant effects that could occur on a 5-point scale rather than a 4-point scale, which was in the LVIA itself when submitted.
Thank you. The second point that she drew attention to yesterday was by reference to 315. And she pointed out that the figure of 6.5 kilometres, so that's 315 in your report, couldn't actually physically be correct. And I think I've already indicated you've accepted that indeed is not correct. Perhaps you'd give the reporter the correct figure and indicate what the 6.5 kilometres in fact relates to.
No, that's fine. Just to clarify, if you go on to 3.16 of my report, the same 6.5 kilometre figure appears there as well. The 6.5 kilometre figure relates to the stretch before, within and after Broda when experienced on the A9 and also from the rail line as well. So looking in what I should have said at para 3.15 instead of the 6.5 figure when describing the unobscured visibility towards the site, the measurement should be 2.9 kilometres, which I've based on CD 116 Part 2 AI 2022 figure 3.2.2, which is the measurement that's been taken in detail for the A9, and I note that the rail line runs very closely to the alignment of the A9 there. So basically, as you're exiting the station at Broda, the train's pulling away slowly. You then get past the edge of the settlement, and if you're sitting rearward facing, you'll get a clear view towards the site for 2.9 kilometres. Sorry, I should also say that that's not the full extent of the visibility from the rail line as well. If you head further south and you cross over, obviously the rail line doesn't cross the Dornoch Bridge because they decided to go around the long way. And as you go back towards Tain, you'll also get clear visibility towards the site from the rail line, adjacent to Glenmorangie Distillery as well.
Now, if we can move away from the specifics of your report, there was some considerable questioning this afternoon about the problems of seeing a wind farm in the hills above Brora. From your perspective, what is your concern that the particular turbines at Kintradwell give you in terms of being seen above the plane on which Brora sits?
For me, my concern lies with the magnitude of the adverse effect that this creates. It all comes down to the scale of the turbines proposed, and it changes the sense of the view towards the hills. It's a disruptive nature. We have turbines that are being proposed that are moving features along the skyline. It's a rolling, smooth skyline on undulating, generally dark moorland hills. It's quite a contrast in terms of lighting and characteristics. Now, in my opinion, they would be unmissable for some stretches as you approach Broda, but also within Broda. And whilst the entirety of the wind farm would not be seen from many viewpoints, it is also accepted that some of the views towards the site would be transitionary, because as we've heard through the course of the past couple of days, that the East Coast is a transitionary corridor. It is the settled area. It's where people move to access the north of Scotland as well. So many of the views towards the wind farm would not be static for people that are moving through that area. But in saying so, that because of the magnitude and the scale of the turbines, they're penetrating down to a really low level, which means people that are transitioning through that corridor will have clear visibility upwards towards the hills where the wind farm would extend above the skyline.
So just pausing there and talking about people transiting through the area, we have CD 116 Part 2. So if you could have that to hand, that gives the
Yeah, I've got that.
various it's the assessment of impact on the road. I think it's showing visibility from the A9 for a total of just under 9 kilometres. And just to first of all confirm you're happy with that information.
9 kilometres, give or take. Yes.
And then there are a number of wire lines produced, 3 before Brora and 3 after Brora. And I think we had confirmation this morning that in terms of the appropriate wire line to use to obtain the extent of visual impact, it's the 3rd wire line in each series that is the appropriate one to use.
That's correct.
And in expanding upon the answer you've just given, in terms of there's a difference between you and Ms Horn about the significance of effect from the A9 and indeed south of Brora, and indeed on the road running through Brora at viewpoint 3. Perhaps you'd like to expand on that by reference either to the viewpoints in this document or viewpoint 3.
Yeah, I think it's important for the reporter to look at all the wireframes that have been provided through the additional information. We obviously didn't have sight of this at the time of making our recommendation to decide to object to this application. It's based on what I thought would happen in terms of the zone of theoretical information that we had in front of us in terms of the mapping. These wire lines give us a much better picture of how the wind farm would appear as you're transitioning and travelling north towards Brora. So I can maybe take you to particularly to points 1, 2 and 3 as you're heading towards Brora. From in the interest of time, I'll perhaps just select the second. I'll go for the third. I'll go for the third viewpoint. So just this outside of this building, basically, as you're on the A9 and you're heading in towards the settlement. We heard from Ms Horn that she thought that the detracting factors were the fact that you would be slowing down into a settlement, that you would no longer be looking towards the hills. But remember, it's not just the drivers, passengers and other people within the cars that will be looking out towards the hills. And you are travelling north, you are travelling towards the site outside the passenger's window. In my opinion, it's unmissable, and that's evidenced then by looking at viewpoint 3 in that sequential route analysis, where you can see the horizontal spread and the extent of turbines that would be visible along the skyline. And it's that magnitude that I think would undoubtedly be very apparent when approaching the settlement. And the distance quoted there is a view at 8.5 kilometres. My opinion is that the impact is such that, and for the duration and stretch on that road network, the impact would be significant as you approach Brora. And then if you move on to viewpoint 3, the impact is also significant as you transition through the settlement itself, where vehicle speeds are obviously slower. Yes, there's buildings, some trees, but the degree of screening that's apparent would not detract from the fact that the turbines would be prominent on the hill above you ahead, in the driver's view as well as the passenger's view in this case, and then exiting Brora, heading further north and turning towards the site. There would be more intervening topography that would be screening the site, so you would see less of the towers and the hubs. But even still, if you were to look at the wireframes in sequence, and we went to a point further to the north, I'll just see if I can pick one out for you. So if we take 4, for example, it gives you an indication of what you would see when exiting Brora and heading further to the north. So at that point, you'll see that more of the wind farm would be screened, but there's still towers and hubs visible, particularly turbine 13 and 15 as well.
Yes, I think if you go back to the full context from viewpoint 4, the hub of turbine 8 will also be visible.
Correct.
Yes, I want to move away from there now to two other viewpoints that have been discussed during the course of the day. We can go to the visualisations if you wish, but it may not be necessary. Dornoch viewpoint 14 suggested, I think, that from that viewpoint you're not going to have a significant impact by Ms Horn, which view she affirmed during the course of cross-examination. The Duke of Sutherland monument, just for the reporter's benefit, how tall is that?
So based on the information I could research, it was 30 metres in height.
And so, and the Kintradwell towers will be how tall?
91.
And with the blades on top, how much taller will they be than the monument?
5 times.
And looking at the views from Ben Braggie and Ben Horn, which I think we were looking at very recently with Ms Kyling, what I want to ask you particularly there is the impact of Murray. Explained to the reporter your views of the impact of Murray West, with which Ms Horn didn't seem to be particularly concerned.
Which viewpoint are we looking at, James, in particular?
Viewpoint either 11 or 12, but take them essentially together, the two elevated viewpoints from which there are wire lines for including Murray West.
I think the best example is to take you to Ben Horn, viewpoint 11. I think the panoramic viewer, if the reporter was to go online and use that for himself, he would see the cumulative effect of Murray West as built out, which will be the case in due course. It is consented. It lies 32 kilometres parallel with the application site off the coast. The turbine heights there are 232
kilometres,
32 kilometres off the coastline.
Off the coastline?
Yes. So
it's going to be further to the application site and somewhat further to the turbines themselves?
32 kilometres from the coastline when measured horizontally, so
yes.
in line level with the application site. The offshore turbines will be multiple. I haven't counted, I don't know exactly what the number is, but I'll tell you on the onshore wind map if you want to go and have a look at the details of that. The turbine heights themselves, there was a reference to 300 metres. I think they're actually 265 is the consented tip heights for those. I think if you look at the panoramic viewer from viewpoint 11 from Ben Horn, what you'll see, should Kintradwell wind farm proceed and be built out, we'll have a situation where you've got inland onshore wind development that's across Kilbrower, and you'll begin to appreciate Kilbrower if you go up that hill on your left-hand side on the approach on the walk up. When you get to the summit, if you look over to the left-hand side, you will see Gordon Bush, you'll see Gordon Bush extension. As you pan to the right, you'll view the entirety, give or take, of Kintradwell wind farm. And then when you look out to sea, it is my opinion that Murray West will be noticeable in that view. And I picked up from Ms Horn's evidence that Beatrice was visible in that view. Beatrice is a further 20 kilometres further north than Murray West.
Thank you. And I think the extent of difference between you and Ms Horn on the impact from various viewpoints is clear, so I needn't ask you about the detail of that. There are far fewer instances of distinctions between yourself and Michel Bolger's evidence. I think they relate to viewpoints 15, 16 and 10. And to what extent do you consider there's a significant difference of approach or between you on those viewpoints, and what's your commentary on her assessment on viewpoints 15, 16 and 10?
I think, generally speaking, Michelle Bolger's evidence is very much aligned with my own in terms of her findings. There is a subtle difference where, as you mentioned, viewpoints 15, 16 and 10, where she finds that there would be significant effects, where I have found they're not to breach the significant effect level, if that makes sense in EIA terms. It's not to say that I don't have concerns from those viewpoints in particular. I do. They just don't reach that threshold where I consider them to be significant. In relation to the views from Port Mahomet and the Dornoch Bridge, that's 15 and 16, the main difference is for when people are viewing the development from the Dornoch Firth area, I believe they will have an appreciation of the National Scenic Area that's closer to the viewer from that location. So they'd be viewing the hills and the firth that's immediately surrounding them. That's not to say that I do not value or place any value on the views that are also obtainable further north. They also are available for people to look at. What I'm saying is that most of their attention in the first instance would be drawn towards the ones in the NSA. But equally, if you're driving across the bridge and heading north, you will get a clear view towards the Sutherland Hills heading in that direction too. So just the fact that Michelle Bolger reaches the conclusion that overall for people across Tade and crossing the bridge and from that side of the Dornoch Firth, that there would be a significant effect, I consider that to be mitigated to a certain degree by distance, albeit that particularly from Port Mahomet, I can appreciate because of the flat nature of the sea that the turbines may appear closer in the view, and therefore there's very little difference between my position and hers.
Thank you very much. Perhaps you'd wait there, Mr. Trinick. We have some more questions for you.
Thanks.
Mr. Trinick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Whelan.
Good afternoon.
Just as a first point, I've got to make notes of what you're saying. If you could keep your pace just a little bit slower,
Yep.
It would help me quite a lot. Thank you. You've had the list of documents, I think, that I need to refer you to.
Yes, I do, yeah.
That's great. This is not going to be a long exercise, and we will easily finish this afternoon because, as I say, I've divided up my examination between 3 witnesses on essentially one large topic. Would you go to your precognition, please, at paragraph 8? On the second page, and you talk there about Nature Scott's consultation response. And you say, although Nature Scott have not objected, their concerns can be of significant weight as advisers to Scottish ministers. Indeed, they've been constantly rehearsed. It's worth noting that areas of the wider countryside, or in this case, also within the SLA, impacts on regional distinctive character would have to be, your words, exceptionally severe to trigger a Nature Scott objection on these grounds, with their interest being predominantly focused on NSAs and wildland areas, whilst they don't object their discontent, evident from their concerns raised. And yet, of course, we have West Garty, to which Nature Scott did object, because there's quite a bit of a balance for you, isn't it, Mr. Wheeler? That on the other hand, on one hand, you want to use Nature Scott's concerns to bolster and support as significant advisers to government the views of Highland Council, but on the other hand, you haven't got an objection from them, have you, as there was at West Garty?
As a fact of the case is, the position is that they haven't objected. That doesn't mean they support the application. They're quite clear that they have concerns. They don't have to object.
Can you slow down, please?
Yeah.
Carry on, but slow.
So what I was saying was, yes, you're correct in the fact that they haven't raised an objection to the application, in which was the case for West Garty, but that doesn't mean that their view should not be taken into consideration. They've clearly expressed concerns with this proposal, and we have communicated that through the course of the inquiry. Yes.
Let's go to CD 728, shall we? which is the guidelines issued by then SNH on identifying natural heritage issues of national interest and development proposals. So what we have here is now Nature Scott's approach to advice to their officers as to how to identify concerns which may or may not result in objections, i.e. issues of national interest, because that's all they object on. And if we see paragraph 6, it's general advice to the officers that we recognise on some occasions consequences of proposals for natural heritage may be so adverse we should express our advice in terms of an objection. Only object to proposals when we consider consequences of approval for the care and enjoyment of natural heritage raises issues of national interest. And then in paragraph 9, proposals may also raise natural heritage issues of national interest beyond protected areas through their consequences either by themselves or cumulatively with others for ... landscape. We must make additional judgments about the importance of the resource affected, and so it goes. And then in paragraph 12, just record that outside protected areas, SNH's, Nature Scott's position will normally be determined by considering would the proposal in itself or cumulatively significantly undermine the long-term conservation, recovery, enhancement or enjoyment of the natural heritage resources identified in Annex A. So if we go to Annex A, and we ignore pages 1 of 10 and 2 of 10 because they deal with non-landscape issues, we come to landscape on page 3. And there are various categories they list there that officers of SNH, Nature Scott, may look at to see if an issue of national interest arises. You see that?
I can see that.
So we've got an iconic place, landmark or view. Well, that's not an issue in this case. Stop me if you think I'm wrong. The landscape surrounding major settlements, contribution they make, no, that's not in play either. Wildland areas, no, that's not in play. But the fourth one, a landscape that makes a significant contribution to the distinctiveness and identity of Scotland's landscape, that is in play. That's what they would have been considering as they considered the West Garty. Do you agree?
Yes, I'm not aware of the date of the document. But
Sorry?
I'm not aware of the date of the document.
Well, it's a current document. I don't think anyone's argued that point. Mr. Finley acts for Scottish Nature Scott. No doubt he'd tell me if I was out of date.
No, I just think Mr. Williams making the very fair point that he's not in Nature Scott and so doesn't know the documents.
Well, that wasn't the point he was making. It was about the date of the document. But there we are. It's in date. And then the right column explains there's a national interest in safeguarding and enhancing the distinctive character and diversity of Scotland's landscapes at the regional scale. Our aim is to ensure Scotland's landscapes retain their distinctive regional character and features that contribute to national identity, sense of place. And there is advice given on very large proposals down below. Now, the point of rehearsing all that is to go back to your precognition, paragraph 8, where I suggest that you've seriously overstated the threshold for an objection. You say use the words exceptionally severe. Actually, the threshold's a lot lower than that, as expressed in this document, isn't it?
Can you take me to the point where the threshold is specified under that bullet point? Sorry.
Well, I think I have. I've rehearsed it. It's in that bullet point, and the advice given about very large proposals erode the distinctive characteristics of the landscape at the regional scale may merit an objection.
So the words there are extensive and significant.
You're playing with words, Mr. Whelan. I'm sorry. My point to you is that your categorisation of the threshold of exceptionally severe is quite overplayed. It's a lot lower than that. It's as expressed by Nature Scott in its own document, isn't it?
I disagree. I would read that bullet point and say that the proposal needs to be very large, extensive, and result in significant impacts on landscape character in order for it to trigger an objection which is of national interest.
All right, well, you disagree with me, but the reporter has a note and he has this document. That's what Nature Scott say. My position is that it doesn't have to be exceptionally severe at all. There's no language such as that used by SNH. It says what it says on page 4 of 10 of the annex to that document, doesn't it?
I think if I change the words to say extensive and significant, we would be in agreement.
We're not in an argument here. I can answer to your question.
Okay.
And certainly at whatever level Nature Scott do apply on that document, it's either what you say or what I say, Westgarty received an objection, but Kintradwell do not. I mean, do you not think that given the planning history and the recent planning history, not just going back to 1997, God help us, I was there, the absence of an objection by Nature Scott to a development which I think Highland Council contend has material similarities to Westgarty, the absence of an objection to Kintradwell is notable.
I can't speak for Nature Scott. If they objected, they would be able to speak and answer exactly why.
That's a very pat answer, Mr. Whelan. I'm asking you for your view. Do you not think, and please think and answer more slowly, that the absence of an objection by Nature Scott to Kintradwell in circumstances where Westgarty, which is referenced very closely in the evidence of Highland Council and on behalf of Loth residents, is notable, the absence of an objection? Your view, please.
My view is that one case needs to be assessed on its merits. And in looking at Westgarty at the time, when they chose to raise an objection with that application, they made that decision to object to that application. They chose not to in this instance. That's evident from the letter they've given us. The reasons as to why they have not chosen to object to this application and where the differences lie could be down to the individuals, it could be down to changes within the organisation, it could be down to a number of factors. It could also be down to the fact that they think this landscape's been tested for wind farm development very recently and has been refused.
I think you're being rather unwise, Mr. Whelan, because the answer is there in paragraph 3.5 of Nature Scott's own response of the application. They've decided that the impacts of Kintradwell, unlike the impacts of Westgarty, are relatively localised and are not considered to significantly affect the wider regional distinctive character. That's the distinction between Westgarty and Kintradwell in the view of Nature Scott, isn't it? In black and white. Yep.
That's their letter, yes.
Yep, that's what it says. Let's look at the impact, visual impact, not landscape impacts on the coastal strip. If you go to your inquiry report, please, at paragraph 311. It's a narrow point. Well, it'll go anywhere really, but I want to get it clear. If you also get out CD 116 and go to figure 322 within that,
Sorry, can you repeat that reference number again?
Yeah, sure. CD 14 at figure 322. It's the narrowest point. I almost feel silly in raising it, but you say in the 311, fourth last line, between 3.5k and 10k of the nearest turbine out to beyond Dol. I would dispute there's any visibility from within 3.5k of Kintradwell. If you look at figure 322, you've got the 5k dotted line. Tell me if you think I'm wrong.
Mr. Trinning, I think you may have quoted the wrong CD reference. I think you said CD 116 to
So
start
it's late in the afternoon, I apologise. 116 it is. Yeah, figure 322. My apologies. Looks to more like us to about 4.5. If you want to take the point away and come back with an answer outside this examination, I'm perfectly happy. It's one of those points that come back and check.
Can I just have a point again?
Yes, of course. Figure 322 within CD 116, comparing that with what Mr. Whelan says in paragraph 311, fifth last line, that visual effects cover, never mind the stretch of transport corridor, but it's between 3.5k and 10, and we say actually there's no ZTV at that distance, and you'd have to go out further. We say around 4.5k. As I said, it's not the biggest point in the world. I just want to get it clear. Happy that you come back outside the inquiry and deal with that if you want to.
We can review that and come back to you with a precise distance.
Sorry?
We can review that and come back to you
Sure,
with a
that's
precise
fine.
distance.
No problems. If you go to 3.9 of your inquiry report, you conclude that the visual impacts for residents in these locations has been underplayed and is considered to be significantly adverse and unacceptable. In what context are you applying the word unacceptable there?
With wanting to focus on visual matters and not planning balance arguments, I would accept that the words unacceptable in the visual evidence should be removed.
Okay, that's fine. Perfectly happy with that. So we'll just call it significantly adverse, full stop. Good enough?
Fair enough.
Good. I have to have my minor victories, Mr. Whelan. If you go to precognition paragraph 11, getting on to matters of more substance, you deal with views from Brewer and Dole as well as from the golf course and Brewer Beach. You consider the severity, that word again, severity of these significant visual impacts to be overbearing. Now, in paragraph 3.1 of your inquiry report, you confirm that with the addition of the matrix which you got at the AI stage, you find the methodology set out in its CD 17, in fact, Appendix 6.1, sufficiently clear, being in accordance with the GLVIA, and you have used that methodology.
Correct.
So if we go to CD 17, rather, and we go to Appendix 6.1, and to paragraph 182, magnitude, we can see how and where certain terms are used. That for a low magnitude of change, not prominent but visible, medium magnitude of change, clearly notable, high magnitude, highly prominent, and very high, dominant or overbearing. So I thought to myself, when I read your precognition at paragraph 11, that means that you see there a very high magnitude of change.
I think it's just worth clarifying with you, just to say that where I use the word dominant and throughout my evidence in terms of the report of handling and the inquiry report, I am using that in the term of where I see a high or high to medium magnitude of change, particularly for viewpoints 2, 3 and 5.
Can you slow down, please? So 2, 3 and 5. Well, okay, therefore you don't use the LVI method, you depart from the LVI methodology. Let me just put my questions in turn. You anticipated my question there. First of all, can we agree, as indeed we have agreed in the Statement of Agreed Matters, CD 17.1 at paragraph 440 and 441, that Highland Council don't claim any impact on the visual component of residential amenity in this case?
Where that relates to within 2 kilometres of the site, that's correct, yeah.
We won't, if you don't claim it within... my understanding was that there is no claim by Highland Council in this case of any impacts on the visual component of residential amenity. Is that right? That's what the Statement of Agreed Matters says.
Would you like to expand on what you consider to be
I think perhaps if I can assist to help move matters on, there's no suggestion that Highland Council considers the impact on any dwelling is such that it would make that dwelling unacceptable.
Thank you. That's what I'm after.
On the other hand, Highland Council does have concerns about the impact on dwellings within settlements, which I think is why Mr Whelan's concerned about giving that away, but which it maintains, obviously. So I think the answer to Mr Trinick's question is yes, Highland Council's position remains as per its Statement of Agreed Matters.
Thank you. That's what I was after. I'm grateful that cuts that short. Let's go to the Appendix 2 to your report of handling, which has more detail than elsewhere about the reasons you give for your views on visual impact. And if we go to viewpoint 1 to 3 there, so I'll start with viewpoint 1. You say that the magnitude of change there is medium, same as the applicant, but you claim a major moderate effect as opposed to a moderate effect. I'm not too concerned about major moderate or moderate. That's half a notch, and I'm not going to start debating that. But on the basis of using the LVIA methodology, which I thought you said you did, there's no claim here of very high magnitude, is there? If you use the methodology as you said you did, a medium magnitude of change is clearly notable. It's not more than that. But in your evidence, you're now calling it overbearing, which seems to me a leap.
Well, what I'm trying to say when we're addressing the issue of what language I'm using within the report and how that reflects the methodology, what I was trying to explain was for viewpoints where I've identified there to be a high or high to medium magnitude of change for viewpoints 2, 3 and 5, I've referred to the word turbines being dominant in those views. And I appreciate that doesn't flow exactly from the LVIA's description of magnitude of change, which if followed precisely would mean I could only use the word dominant in views where there was a very high magnitude of change, i.e. top of the scale in terms of the methodology that's been set out for the LVIA.
Well, I understand that, but it's up to you what magnitude you claim. And the magnitude you claim on the basis of your report on handling for viewpoints, certainly 1, medium, 2, high to medium, 3, high. And what was the other viewpoint you mentioned?
So the viewpoints where I've used that language is 2, 3 and 5 to my knowledge. Happy to
2, 3
look
and
at
5,
each.
high to medium. So you're somewhat departing from your own report of handling there. You're now claiming a somewhat higher degree of magnitude, or what are you saying? I'm not quite sure.
Not changing my scoring, not changing the assessment findings at all. I'm just trying to explain the language that I've used.
Well, yes, I'm trying to understand the language. Sorry, I interrupted you there. Did you?
That's okay. No, I'm just trying to explain my position, that's all.
That's fine, except that it gives me a problem. That you seem to have changed your position from the report of handling, and in terms of paragraph 3.1 of your inquiry report, because you do depart from the methodology. So when you try and understand this in relation to the relevant viewpoints, that when you are talking about something being overbearing and noting what that which Mr. Finley's kindly confirmed from within the Statement of Agreed Matters, what exactly are you saying about the impact on the property?
Apologies, Mr. Trent. You take me to the property in question.
The word overbearing isn't actually used in respect of a property. It's used in respect of settlements and the golf course and beach.
Yes, very well. What do you mean by overbearing?
Where there will be a
Well, you must have
either a high or...
No, I haven't quite finished the question. You must have some meaning in your head as to what you mean by overbearing, its use in evidence. Never mind which property or which viewpoint. What do you mean by overbearing?
Well, it should be where there's a high impact in terms of magnitude of change.
A high impact?
High or high to medium. So I would use the term overbearing as I would dominant. And if we stick with that for the viewpoints I've listed, the impacts for viewpoints 2, 3 and 5.
Well, all right. So I'm trying to build up my closing submissions in my mind here. Do I take it that your evidence stands as per your report of handling, that the magnitude of change you see is high to medium or high or medium, however you've recorded it, and that you have followed the LVIA methodology?
Correct. There's been
Correct.
no change. There's been no change at all.
No change
in
at all.
my evidence from the report of handling through my inquiry report or my recognition.
And yet, we can't escape the fact that in terms of impacts on settlements or Borough Beach or Borough Golf Club, the viewpoints you've mentioned, you do use the terms overbearing and dominant, and they certainly have meanings in most people's minds that go beyond the language used in the LVIA methodology for high, medium or high magnitude of change. Am I to understand that you are content to revert to the language of the LVIA methodology and to the descriptors of magnitude which are set out there?
I'm content in reading that language and making your closing submissions that where I use the words dominant and overbearing, that you can consider that to be either a high magnitude of change or a medium magnitude of change in terms of the methodology, and that is described as a major change in the view. It's highly prominent and a strong influence on the overall view.
Highly prominent, okay. Well, if that's what you mean, I'm perfectly content. But you must understand that when, having done one or two of these inquiries, I see the word overbearing and dominant, it conveys a message to me about the influence you perceive, which goes beyond simply a significant visual effect, and yet we have the language and the Statement of Agreed Matters. That's why I'm pursuing it. But if you're telling me that you're not going beyond significant visual effect, you're not claiming an effect on the visual component of residential amenities at any of the houses within these settlements or on users of the golf course, then I'm content.
Yeah,
we're
in agreement, I think, Mr.
We're in agreement.
I think
well, that's good.
The only position is that nowhere within my evidence have I ever suggested there would be a high magnitude of change in any of the scoring that you can see in front of you. So
all right.
That's all I can say.
That's fair. I think we've got agreement there. Just one further point on the use of wire lines. If you go to, since we've been in CD 17, and if we go to Appendix 6.2, where discussion, endless discussion, a very boring discussion of photography and photomontages and the like. There is a section at 1.5, if you can find it.
Sorry, can you...
Appendix 6.2 of CD 17.
6.2.
Sorry, I'm going too fast.
I've got it now.
Okay, if you go to paragraph 154 within that.
1.54 was that? Yeah.
1.5.4.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. The wireline images are generated by a ground model, therefore do not take account of any vegetation of the built environment between the viewpoint and proposed development. As such, they represent a worst-case view. Well, we all know that, but I'm just laying that ground for my question. If we go to the Nature Scott visualizations at, well, viewpoint 1 will do. If we go to sheet A, clearly the wirelines...
Which viewpoint is this, sorry?
Viewpoint 1.
Sorry, yeah.
Sheet A within viewpoint 1. It's a very useful tool. It's a tool I use in the field. I'm sure you use it in the field to evaluate matters. But would you agree that of equal importance for the reporter when listening to this evidence and going out of the field is actually to use the photomontage as well? Because the very fact of rendering it gives a more rounded impression of the impact of the development from any given viewpoint.
Both are useful tools, and I would agree that they both should definitely be used. Yeah.
That's subject to actually going out in the field and not sitting at a desk.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay, let's just. I want to turn to your viewpoint assessment, and I'm not going to go through every viewpoint. What I'm not interested in doing is exploring where there's half a notch of difference between you and Francis Hall, and that's a matter of professional judgment. What I'm looking for is where there's more than a notch or so of difference, because those are the ones where you really do depart from each other. And those seem to come down, in my terms, to viewpoints 3, which are already explored. I don't need to go back there, 8 and 9. And the differences between you are both in terms of sensitivity and magnitude at those viewpoints. Go to your inquiry report at 324. Given the relatively large margin of variation between both parties' assessments, the applicant has been found to have materially underplayed the visual impact of the development. No, I'm not going to make a point about the word underplayed. I understand that as a matter of professional judgment, you think that Francis Hall is underassessed.
I think it's more than professional judgment.
Oh, do you?
That's
interesting.
So right. I know you didn't want to cover any of the points where we differ in our scoring by one notch. It's one notch, time and time again, is my point. It's what I've identified.
What do you mean by overplay, then?
Well,
underplay. What are you saying?
What I'm saying is that the LVIA identifies there's only 3 significant effects from this development, from 3 particular representative viewpoints. What I'm saying is that in undertaking my assessment, there's 12.
Yes.
That is a substantial difference between us. It's not about one representative viewpoint or another representative viewpoint. That's understandable.
What do you mean by underplay?
What I mean is each opportunity where, if you look at the matrix, where you've got a high sensitivity, a medium magnitude of effect, and it comes down to professional judgment, each time, with exception, if you want to find exception, I'll accept that, they have concluded there's not going to be a significant impact. And I have looked at it, and I looked at the matrix, looked at all the material I've got in front of me, and I've reached a different conclusion.
Yes.
And I don't often find that when I do reviews of LVIAs. I'm not undertaking the LVIA myself. I review it, and that's my job. And in evaluating that, in this occasion for this wind farm, we are well apart in terms of our assessment.
Are you saying it was? I don't. What do you mean by underplayed?
What I'm saying is that there's instances where we don't agree on sensitivity. There's instances where we don't agree on magnitude of change, and as a result, it's not just those two. It's also professional judgment as well. And those three elements have resulted in what I have found to be 12 significant effects and 6 major or major moderate and significant effects. For just counting the viewpoints, that's excluding the wireframes that were in addition along the golf course and all the other sensitive receptors in the vicinity as well. But
I'm concerned about
the parties, and it's not just down to 3 viewpoints.
I'm concerned about the implication that the differences go beyond differences in professional judgment, which is what you're saying. What are you saying if it goes beyond professional judgment? Are you saying that the applicant's independent professional advisor has deliberately underplayed her assessment? Are you saying that?
I'm not saying it's deliberate. I'm saying the evidence that I've gathered and the fieldwork I've undertaken has reached a different conclusion.
Yes, as professional advisors often do. I don't see you overplayed it in any other terms than your professional judgment is different. I trust that you're saying the same about Francis Horn. Do you agree?
I agree.
Thank you. And in terms of the wide variation that you see, my suggestion is that rather than have a lot of very large differences, there are a large quantity of smaller disagreements across the viewpoints. They're not huge differences, they're a notch or half a notch, but they're not such as that you can't account for them by simply changes in professional judgment, which often always occur between two landscape architects, even on the same site.
I think it makes quite a big difference, though, because what has been reported in the LVIA is that the significant impacts and the map that's been created for the additional information indicates significant impacts will be well contained for this development. They will not be wide-ranging. They'll be limited to a very limited distance. And I reached a different conclusion where I see significant effects out to 23 kilometres.
Well, we stick to our evidence, so there we are. There's a difference between us. Move on. I want to look, because at this stage in the afternoon, and in any case, because the viewpoints have gone through to destruction, and I want to test the patience of the reporter by going through them all. I want to go through some of the other decisions to which you refer, and excuse me a minute. Go to your inquiry report of paragraph 5.7. And go to the inquiry, the inquiry map as well. Now, at 5.7, we're talking about Naverdale, and for the reporter's benefit, can we see Naverdale marked by 3 dots on the map just north of Helmsdale? You can see that? You've got that, sir?
Yes, I have.
And to give further credit to Michelle Bolger, she also very clearly marks it on her Part 3 figure at page 15, SLD1, so she does as well. Let's take up, please, the decision on this development with CD 10.6. When I find it. Excuse me, it's that time in the afternoon when I lose all my documents. I'll go to it on screen. Right. Let's go to paragraph 77, if you would. Paragraph 5.7, you say, again, the appointed reporter in his 23rd October 2019 decision notice sets out paragraph 25, the existing pattern developments expect to be followed, etc. Paragraph 77 concludes the development do not accord with policy 67 due to a combination of impacts on wildland, existing pattern of development and the coastal gateway feature on the North Coast 500. If we go to paragraph 77, we can indeed see actually this development was within a wildland area, wasn't it? Look at the map again if you want. It's 3 turbines are within the boundary of the WLA.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
Yeah. We can also see in the paragraph 77 the reporter was concerned that lack of clarity over the potential net impact from off-site peatland restoration when an area of high-quality peatland habitat is to be lost is not in the project's favour. It's another factor. And then we've got, which you have recorded, undesirable impacts on the Order Caithness. So this application was, a TCPA application, was refused at appeal for a number of reasons which I suggest go way beyond the scope of your council's objection to Kintradwell. That's correct, isn't it?
I think if you look at the decisions on many applications, they could go beyond.
Could you answer my question, please? I put a very direct question to you.
I agree with you that there's a range of matters that are to be assessed.
Which go beyond the scope of your council's objection to this development.
I've drawn pertinent points from this decision in my evidence.
Would you answer my question, please?
I did. I said yes.
The reasons the reporter gave for dismissing this TCPA appeal go way beyond the scope of your council's objection to Kintradwell Wind Farm. That's correct, isn't it?
I would agree with you. There's a range of issues of why this application was refused.
All right. Well, I'll say that answer. You go to 5.8, please. And also get out CD 1040. And you turn to paragraph 57, first of all, in this decision, CD 1040. This is the Bad Fern. I always call it Dunbeath, but it's the Bad Fern Wind Farm. Now, at 5.8, you say the appointed reporter found that in addition to significant landscape effects on landscape character and special qualities of another SLA, the proposal would increase the length of the road from which the onshore wind farm development would be seen, including views from the A9, and paragraph 40 noted the sensitivity of road users, etc., etc. But it's all to do with landscape and visual effects. If we go to paragraph 57, can we see there, if you read it, that the reporter also concluded an impact on a wildland quality, reducing the integrity of the WLA? Do you see that?
I think my evidence doesn't point to paragraph 7. It points specifically to a different paragraph within that decision, paragraph 40, where they do reference the A9. And the fact that you've asked me, there might be other reasons why other applications are refused is fair. There are multiple reasons why applications are refused.
Do you see in paragraph 57 the reference to the wildland quality? You see that? I'm sure you do. Let's go on to paragraph 80. Do you see there also that the reporter concluded share the concerns of HES. The effects on one site would be significant and he also concluded with significant effects on three other scheduled monuments. You see that? Never mind your interpretation. Do you see that?
I'll take your word for it, yep.
Yeah. If you go to CD 1040 at paragraph 19. 19, yeah.
90, was it? 90?
19.
Oh, 19.
Apologies. Now, look at, sorry, I should have done this before. If you look at the inquiry map, and we go north, we can see, I think I marked another map, but I think I know where I am, that you can see the boundary of the wildland area and you can see the Lone Mountains. My understanding is that if you go northwest from Dunbeath, that's where you're going to find this site, fairly close to the Lone Mountains and close to the wildland area. Is that correct?
To my knowledge,
Yeah. All right. Let's go to your inquiry report at paragraph 510 on page 16. Here we're dealing with the final decision I want to go to, which is the redetermination of South Kilbride by Michael Shield following the quashing of the court of the February 22 decision against the Town and County Planning case, CD 1055, if you get that out. If you go to paragraph 7, first of all, can we note that this site, the site itself, sat within three landscape character types: the sweeping moorland and flows, LCT 134, the rounded hills, LCT 135, and Strath, Caithness and Sutherland, LCT 142. So they achieved a magnificent aim of managing to spread their wind farm across three LCTs. Good work. If we go to paragraph 9, he considered that South Kilbride would have a significant adverse impact on the character of this LCT. That's what we're looking at. It's the sweeping moorland and flows LCT for 10 kilometres to the north and northwest. No point hangs from that. I'm just recording what he says. Paragraph 24. I come to that because he's recorded other developments in the area, the Gordon Bush and its extension now built, but he records the height wrong. Do you notice that actually it does go up to 149.9, doesn't it?
As a matter of fact, the extension for the turbines recently built are 149.9,
Yeah.
albeit that they are a substantial lower elevation than the ones proposed.
Yeah. I'm just recording a fact that actually he records the extension there, but gets the height wrong. But that's just for the
Fair
reporter's note.
Yeah.
Also note, I think later on I'll get the paragraph number. Is it 42? Yes, paragraphs 42 onwards. He deals with residential visual amenity, i.e. the visual component of residential amenity, and concludes in paragraph 44, interestingly using the word overbearing. He was concerned about an overbearing impact at Glen House, wasn't he, at 890 metres away. Wow, that's close. So can we note that for South Kilbride that I know you want to draw comparisons with Kintradwell, but the development, A, would have taken place in three LCTs, and secondly, there was a concern about residential amenity at one property, which there isn't here. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, I would also add, though, there are elements of that decision which indicate that the wider community have reached, I can't quote it exactly, I'll maybe take you to the paragraph, but if we look at paragraphs 98 and 99,
Yep, we'll go there. Excessive concentration of wind turbines in this locality. That's a fair point. I accept that.
And it's the same community that would be affected by Kintradwell. If people living in that area wish to travel to Brora for their needs on a daily basis, they'll be travelling down the Strath. So what I'm saying is the addition of Kilbrower Wind Farm or the addition of Kintradwell Wind Farm will impact that same community. That recent report has reached the conclusion that enough is enough for that community in that area.
Well, whether it's enough is enough is up to the reporter in this case. In 510 of your inquiry report, you don't draw attention to that, but I accept it's relevant. Nevertheless, there are other reasons for the rejection of this wind farm than simply impacts on the sort of issues which concern your council in this inquiry. We got that clear. I've only one more point to deal with you. People would be delighted to hear, because it's stuffy in this room and we've all had enough, is to go to your precognition at paragraph 13. Before reading that, you said something in chief I noted at this point for a question later. Kintradwell penetrating to a low level. Those were your words in chief.
In terms of visibility?
Okay, so you weren't saying the turbines are penetrating to a low level, you're saying the visibility penetrated. Is that what you're saying?
If you place a large-scale wind farm on top of an elevated landform, the end result of that is that people will look up towards the hills and above it. So
but that's what you meant.
Visibility penetrates down to a lower level.
All right, I've got the clarity I wanted. Thank you. Paragraph 13, overall in relation to Kintradwell siting and design, and I put the same point to Anne Cowling. I'm going to put to you. I find the proposed mitigation to be inadequate, and I'm firmly of the view that a commercial-scale wind farm cannot be accommodated in this location without giving rise to significant visual effects for a high number of receptors across a wide area, both along the settled eastern coastline and inland, avoidable through better site selection. So, again, as with Anne Cowling, and I think now it's very clearly the position of your council, that your case is essentially a locational one. We're in the wrong place, that's what you're saying.
I would go further than my colleague did. I would say that it will be very challenging to locate a commercial-scale wind farm in this location because of its proximity to sensitive receptors along the eastern coast, but also the lack of integration with what's come before inland as well. I find that the language I've used there is appropriate in this context. They haven't followed the pattern of development that's taken place to date. I think the site selection came first. The LVIA was undertaken second. It was used as a tool to help mitigate the effects, and I do appreciate that the LVI has mitigated the effects of what could have happened in this location. The deletion of 5 turbines, particularly to the south of the site, do make a meaningful difference. The difference between the parties is such that I think that's mitigating it to a point where the applicant sees that to be successful. I am firmly of the view that it's inadequate and that it's unsuccessful.
We have that evidence very clearly already. My point was simply that your objection is locational. I think I've had a very clear answer.
It's a combination of location and design, siting and layout. If you want to look at the visualizations, you'll see that.
Thanks, sir. That's the end of cross-examination.
I have no questions for you, Mr. Whelan, but Ms. Finlay, do you want to re-examine now, or would you rather leave it till tomorrow morning?
I'll re-examine now. I would hate Mr. Whelan. I was almost not going to re-examine at all, but given it's Mr. Whelan's first opportunity to be re-examined, he should suffer that trauma too. I have 2 questions. Well, one question, but 1 point. You were asked about 510 of your report. which relates to the South Kilbride wind farm decision. And just, it may have been late on a Wednesday afternoon, but the decision you were referring to there was the Quash decision, not the one to which Mr. Trinick took you to. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Because the date of the document predated the decision coming out, I believe, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. The second one was to take you to 10.6, which is Navadale, and to ask you about paragraph 25. So that's CD 10.6, which is the Navadale decision. And this is on the pattern of development point.
Which paragraph, James? Sorry.
25.
25, yeah. Okay, found it.
I simply ask you to explain to the reporter the basis on which you think that guidance can be applied in this instance, or that approach.
I don't know if you could rephrase the question, James, just to make it clear.
The reporter there has talked about pattern of wind farms, and he's suggested that the pattern is evident at Gordon Bush and Kilbride, and he makes a finding that they are in contrast with the proposal that was before him. In terms of pattern, how would that's evident by Gordon Bush and Kilbride, how would Kintradwell relate to it?
Well, it doesn't relate to it. I think that's the point you're trying to get to, is that whilst in two-dimensional format, yes, Kintradwell does appear on plan to be a closely related wind farm development, but three-dimensionally and from all the views, it doesn't fit with the pattern of development that's taken place to date. All the consented wind farms have been well set back from the eastern coastline. They're hidden from the more sensitive receptors and transportation corridors along the eastern coast. It's also not just the transportation corridors where people live, it's also highly important to the community. It's tourism, and it's places where people want to spend time and enjoy their surroundings, be that on a golf course and a beach. It's a highly sensitive environment.
Thank you very much. Sorry, you were again.
No, sorry. I was just going to say that in relation to what's been built out to date on the landward side, I would say we've obviously got the onshore, offshore wind farms to contend with in due course. But in terms of the pattern of development, a clear decision's been made time and time again on applications in this area to set wind farm development back from the coastline and inland and keep them hidden.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Whelan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Whelan. I think we'll close for the day just now, and we'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30. And presumably, Mr. Finlay, we'll start with Ms. Bolger.
So, maybe trespassing. I was going to suggest 10 o'clock tomorrow, only on the basis that, see Mr. Trinick's in agreement, some of us will be checking out of our hotels, given that we're definite we're going to finish tomorrow. There will be a bit of preparation, and there's going to be no doubt we're going to finish Ms. Bolger's evidence if we start tomorrow morning, if not by lunchtime shortly thereafter, I would imagine. So I would make a plea for a 10 o'clock start tomorrow.
Mr. Trinick, yes? Okay, if people are content with that and we're confident we can get through the business on the day, then yes, okay, we'll start at 10 o'clock.
I'm very grateful. I'm certain we will do. If not, Mr. Trinick and I are both to blame.
Okay, well, it's 10 o'clock tomorrow morning then. Thank you.